Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, je m'appelle Emmanuel, and from here on we'll continue in English. So, today we are sitting in the Air France A320 at Marseille Airport for what promises to become a really interesting shuttle event here on VATSIM. First of all though, I'm really glad that I actually get to do a little bit of flying again, seeing that we've been rather occupied with real-life flying with my transition on the A330, and my airline is actually pumping my schedule full, you can't imagine it. Anyway, 2 days ago I landed back from Caribbean, so I got a couple of days off and we really want to use them and do a little bit of flying. So here we are in the Fenix A320 in the Air France livery, and that one is a really beautiful one, especially since it's painted from the inside as well. But how about I stop talking about it and rather go and show you about it? So, welcome to the captain's seat on the Fenix A320. Now, let's have a very quick look into the cabin before we start off. Oh, and just in case you are wondering why it is so quiet all around, for some reason it does seem like the sounds don't really want to play that much. Basically, every time I'm changing sound settings around, my simulator got the lovely idea like, hey, I want to basically mess you all over. So that stuff happens every now and then, and every time I change my devices, it puts me down to changing all my Windows settings. So a little bit annoying, but everything should be working now, so hopefully we can get this to go in a moment. Okay then, let's take a quick seat in our Airbus and start with our basic setup procedures so that we can commence our flight as scheduled when the event starts in 25 minutes. And as always with the Airbus, we are going to do things straight from the manual and straight the way I learned it in the type rating. Okay, so starting with the preliminary cockpit preparation then, we've got the engine master levers off, the engine mode selector norm, the weather radar is off, landing gear lever down, wipers off, and then we can check our batteries. They have more than 25.5 volts, and with that the batteries can be turned on and the external power can come on as well. Radio tuning panels, I'll just about keep them off for now. I'm only going to tune guard frequency on the second radio, but apart from that I'll keep them off for now, because I really don't want people to talk all over the place. So, the airplane is slowly powering up, then we can do the APU fire test. That's all we want to see really, and start up the APU. It's quite hot outside, so we'll take things slow, and we'll most certainly put the air conditioning on as soon as possible. Putting the APU bleed on straight away, the Airbus is perfectly capable of doing that. Okay then, IR mode selector is going to nav, and the cockpit lights, well, we'll just keep them the way they are right now. Okay, that looks about perfect. So for those wondering, I did slightly change the time in my simulator to about an hour earlier, because otherwise I'm a little bit concerned that it might be well, that it might just get dark straight away, and we want to avoid that, do we? Okay, so off to our flight planning, and we just really quick want to decide on the amount of fuel that we need for the flight. And for that, let's have a quick look at the weather. So our destination Luxembourg is looking at tempo weather until 2000, so that does concern our arrival. 200 at 15, gust 25, showers of rain CB, and prop 40, tempo till 1800. Well, that shouldn't affect us. Well, it is within 1 hour, so there is a chance for some thunderstorms around. Looking at our alternate Brussels, they do have the same with a prop 30 tempo. Then we've got Orly, which has showers of rain, but that's all in front of us, so Orly does look like a good alternate to me. Let's have a quick look into the flight plan then. And then in terms of fuel, Brussels is 1100 and Orly is 1500, and de Gaulle is 1468. Okay, so we'll take like 500 kilos extra to change the alternate to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, and then we are going to take another 15 minutes just in case there is some thunderstorm moving through right at the time of our arrival. So let's make it a ton extra. So we've got 5.5 including taxi fuel here. Give it 6.5 tons of fuel, and that should be perfect for our trip. So mass and balance, planned fuel, we are going to go for 6.5. The rest we'll leave as it is. And you guys can start loading up the airplane in fast time, please. Thank you. Okay, cool. That does look good. So, let's go ahead then and do the remainder of our procedures. So, EFB is running, then we can calculate our departure information, and we are going to go from LFML runway 31 right. It is a dry runway. Synchronize, synchronize, no intersections. Okay, calculate. So that's the calculation we do straight at the beginning when we get into the cockpit, so that we know our performance limited takeoff weight. And this tells me that we've got sufficient weight margin to get out, so that we don't need to think about having, you know, to offload any cargo, or maybe ask ops if they can do a better flight plan or anything the likes for us. Okay, so aircraft acceptance. Press that recall button for 3 seconds. And that recalls any stored fault, but that's all looking good. So logbook and MEL, CDL items are checked. We don't have anything on the mail today. Aircraft configuration summary. So this is an A320 200 with CFM engines. We have FLS fitted, and we have the old school IRS fitted. Apart from that, automatic navigation on the go around. Let's quickly see if we've got that or not. So, sim settings, very quick look into that. We don't have automatic nothing go around, okay. And we don't have auto TCAS, but we do have FLS. Actually, you know what, if it's off by default, then we'll go without. So we don't have FLS. We do have ice detectors, we do have a brake fan, very good. Okay, OEBs, we don't have any OEBs for this airplane. So, aircraft is accepted for the flight, performance is calculated, and then we can do the systems check. So, oxygen pressure is 1800, hydraulics are looking good, engine oil is looking good, flaps are retracted and the lever agrees, ground spoilers retracted, park and brake set, and the alternate braking system is checked down here as well. Okay, perfect. Last thing for us to check is the circuit breakers, and they're all in. Easy to see because there is no white line over here. You can see that white line, it tells me straight away we've got a problem there, but that isn't the case today, so let's pop it back in, and that's it. Okay, cool. So with all of that done, we can go ahead with our cockpit preparation. Pilot monitoring is going to head out for the walk around. We'll see if we have time to do one in Luxembourg, but I do probably not expect so, because the event is rather tightly scheduled with only 3 hours of event time compared to a flight time of about 1 hour and 20. So in case we do encounter any delays, plus the turnaround, plus the taxi time and stuff like that, we might be running rather short on time. And for that reason, I do prefer to let the pilot monitoring do the walk around, and at the same time we are going to stay right in here, and we're going to stay right in here. Okay, cool. So then, let's do the initial FMS setup. So, menu, flight init, request. And that should be coming up momentarily. Here it is. And then weather we can request as well, LFML. There is no ATIS online yet, since ATC is yet to come online, but I'm sure they're going to be here right on the hour. Okay, so weather is requested, and then we can go ahead and check our basics here. A320 200 CFM 56, database is current and up to date. Okay, performance and idle are at 0. We aren't gonna change those. Okay, request the flight plan please, and thank you. Okay, so that's the initial part of the setup that we do on the FMS. We're going to let it be like that for now and start with our cockpit preparation, because this is a little bit more important than the FMS setup. Over here we want to make sure that the airplane is fully configured for our passengers to board and stuff like that. Let's see, refueling is finished. Okay, we've got full house today, so pack flow norm. What's the temperature? Let's see. Weather data, 22 degrees. Okay, then we can keep the pack flow in norm. So, battery check, elect page. Battery is off, battery is on, and you can see them charging down here. Looking for no more than 60 amperes. Looking good. Okay, fueling is complete, so let's turn on the fuel pumps. If you turn them on while you're still refueling, there is a chance that you are going to get some trim fault on the A330, but you don't need to worry about that. That is actually a known system, not malfunction, but misbehavior, so you don't need to worry about that. As long as it goes away after the refueling, that is fine. In the A320, probably not a problem at all, because, well, the A320 doesn't have a trim tank, so that really negates that problem. However, at least in my airline, we do treat those aircraft rather similarly, so we don't try to do an SOP on one that we wouldn't do on the other. Ultimately, they do eventually want to make it a mixed fleet operation for pilots as well. They are doing it for cabin crew already, but I do hope that that is a far cry in the future. Okay, so the date is correct as well. Now, that's something that I want you guys to remind me about while we are actually checking the date. And remind me of that in the cruise flight, and I'll have a story for you. Don't want to waste the time on the ground here. Okay, so weather radar. Ground clutter suppression can certainly come on, and gain is calibrated. The rest looks good. And the transponder is looking good the way it is as well. Perfect, then we can start off in here. So, we're the Air France 17 Yankee Mike today. Cost index 20, cruising at flight level 360. Nav accuracy upgraded is checked, GPS primary as well, and that's all good. Okay, so for the departure, I do expect runway 31 right today, but there might be some changes. Track, well, let's see which departure we're going to have. I do believe it is going to be the November, since that's the RNAV version, but not 100% sure. If any one of you is familiar with Marseille Airport and knows which departure to expect, then please put it down in the comments, and I'm sure we can make some work out of that. In the meantime, let's see, AirTrack 6 November, yeah, that looks pretty much what I would be expecting. But if any of you knows better, then do let me know. And Metal Eye, good evening. Thank you very much for the $23.99 donation. That is amazing. Thank you. Alright, so let's go with AirTrack 6 November departure today. Insert that, and for the arrival in Luxembourg, we'll take the ILS runway 24. Let's see what they plan for us today. The Gibor 2 Delta arrival. Here it is, Gibor 2 Delta. We need any VIA for that. Let's have a very quick look. Yeah, we fly all the way to Dick, so let's take the Dick transition. Okay, insert that. Let's see, we don't... okay, we don't need any step climbs. This is short haul. My apologies for that. Okay, then we can continue on the secondary, and in here we'll just go with MRSX, let's see, right, should be X4. And that's LFML31 right, slash, what's the runway track up here? 312 slash 25 miles that we're going to go straight at in case of an engine failure. Let's store that. Interestingly enough, it stored it with a completely wrong ident over there. This is what I'm looking at. So MRS X4. It should have inserted that in the secondary flight plan as well. Looks like it didn't, but not too much a problem. We'll just do it like that. Why is that not allowed? That should work, but it doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to use a second means for backup anyway. But first, let's enter the immediate return as new destination, and that's going to be an ILS Zulu approach onto runway 31 right. Okay, so, and the alternate means how we're going to back this up is via the fix info page. So in here we've got the runway, and then the radial is going to be on the runway track, so 312. And then up here we'll do MRS X4. And like that, we've got our engine outset backed up on the nav display as well. So if you look at it over here, you can somewhat see that blue line over here. Okay, cool. So that's that. In here I want my runway as well. And then we go to data, next page, pilot routes, store active flight plan. Come on. Oh, lovely. Can we store secondary? Yes, we can. Okay, let's try once more on the active. I want to know why that isn't working. Nope. Doesn't work. No clue why, but it doesn't work. Okay, so be it. Then we cannot check our route. That is unfortunate, but nothing we can do about it. Let's see, did we get a load sheet yet? No. Okay. They do say boarding complete though, but without a load sheet we'll just go for zero fuel weight rounded up, so 60.7, and then we'll just take a center of gravity of 25, and that is going to work as well. I'm not going to fill in the fuel yet, because I want to still check my flight plan, and it's easier when the plane isn't running its calculations all the time. So that makes our life a little bit easier there. Alright then, final reserve 1.1, alternate 1.2. And do note that we do enter all of these because we want to check the flight plan against what we've got in here. And the trip wind for that out of the plan is a tailwind of 23 knots. Okay. And then performance. Let's put in what we just about calculated. So up here we have got... Hit that calculate again, please. Oh no, it changed its runway. Why did it do that? Why didn't it keep what we put in? Okay, so flaps 2, down 0.4, and flex 64. So we'll do 2 and 64. We'll not enter the trim yet. That is a reminder for us later on to check the weight. And then our speeds are 53, 53, 55. So 153, 153, and 155. Right, noise abatement procedure 2 is looking good, and we'll take 1500 for the engine out. We don't need any pre-selected speed, and that is it. Alright, so what we're going to do next, after entering all of this, is we're going to cross-check the data. And we'll start down here. So, initial climb clearance to 5000. Let's put that in. 5000, constraints. And 1009 on both sides. Okay, cool. So now, we'll take the flight plan, and we'll go through all the waypoints and its associated constraints. So runway 31 right, climb on 312 track, Mike Lima 316, 312 Etoma. So we've got 316, 312 Etoma. And then, after Etoma, turn right, Alpha Victor November, RDEC, ETREC. So we've got Alpha Victor November, RDEC, ETREC. And with that, our sit is complete already. We could tune the Avignon VOR, but I really don't see that necessary. Speed 250 below 100, sits our optimum noise routing, yeah, we are aware of that. And we'll get a handoff to departure, that's probably the more interesting thing for us. Okay, so, with that everything is checked in here, and when the first officer comes back from his walk around, he's going to do his part of setup. So here's EFIS control panel. Then he's going to check the route. He's going to check all the constraints and everything. And when the first officer is done with that, we can quickly do our oxygen mask test. And before we do that, very important to tell the ground guys. Ground from cockpit, doing the oxygen test. Because if anybody is plugged in into here, that is gonna hurt. So. Okay, the emergency button isn't simulated. That is unfortunate. Because normally what you'd do is you'd hold the emergency, hold the press to test, make sure the speaker is turned up, and then press the transmit switch on the intercom button. And like that you hear some crackling sound from the microphone in the oxygen mask. And that way around you can check if your oxygen mask is actually correctly working. So that's quite a good thing to do in order to check your mask. But okay, when everything like that is done, we can go ahead with our departure briefing. And since we're sitting in an Airbus, we're going to do Airbus's smart briefing, and the first officer, or rather the pilot monitoring, is going to lead the briefing. So it is split between PF and PM to ensure a better sort of a task sharing and increase situational awareness of both pilots. Okay, so let's see, the door, we'll close that down so that we're in a distraction-free environment, provided I can find the, here it is. Okay, so, Marseille, runway 31 right, ATREC 6 November departure, climbing 5,000 feet. MSA in the departure sector is 3,600, and extra fuel and time, now we need it. So 6.5. Give it a moment to calculate. That's gonna take a short while. Here we go. So extra fuel, 900 kilograms, 26 minutes. And I'm going to do a wind uplink. Okay, now the commander takes over, or the pilot flying, I should say. We don't have any hotspots for our planned taxi routing. Stop margin is unfortunately not announced by the Fenix EFB. Engine outset straight at 25 miles to the Marseille X4 point, which I have programmed in here and on the secondary. Immediate return is possible, we're under the maximum landing weight, and I have programmed the ILS Zulu runway 31 right in the secondary flight plan. Acceleration in case of engine out is 1,552 feet. Special operations, I don't really see anything on there. Do you see any threats for the departure? Well, one threat I see is the French language, and I do believe that is all. Yeah, I do agree on that. So how are we going to mitigate against it? Well, most importantly, we are going to listen carefully to what they... Hello there. Most importantly, we are going to listen carefully and try to make out our call signs. So, especially since we're flying Air France, or Air France, there is a very good chance that controllers might accidentally try to talk in French to us, as they are used to do that here in France. So we'll be careful, and if there is an Air France call on the frequency without an answer for a time, we'll listen carefully very much. A call sign ends at Yankee Mike. Now that luckily in French is the same as in English, so we'll try to make out if they are calling us in the wrong language. Okay, and that's all. Do you have any questions? No questions. Okay, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity, that's 6,460 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRs. Nav, barrel ref, QNH 1009. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, so ATC is online now. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves an IFR clearance. Eight is offline. Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, let's go ahead and send him a PDC request. So, ATC request, pre-departure clearance. So, ATIS, well, in the pilot client it tells me it's information alpha, so we are going to use that. Our gate number is clearance. Do we have that anywhere here? Not really. I believe it was 6 or something the likes. 6 Bravo. And the station is LFML. Bonjour. Okay, so Marseille, Luxembourg, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, Gate 6 Bravo, ATIS Alpha, Bonjour, A320 to LFML. Send. And that should hopefully do the job to get us our clearance. So in the meantime, I just saw we received a load sheet. So let's go ahead with that. PDC, clearance received, stand by. Okay. Load sheet. And that is with revisions to the previous. Okay, then. Let's be careful here. So, zero fuel weight, 60.7. And we've got 60.7. And that's a zero fuel weight CG of 31.9. Okay, takeoff weight 67.0, and that is 67.1. 175 plus 5. That's good enough for me. Okay, accept. So, Mach takeoff weight 30.1, and the airplane says 30.2. That is good enough. And 30.2 is a trim of 0.4 down. Alright, perfect. I haven't received any acknowledgement of the PDC through CPDLC, so I'm going to call them on voice because we do want to go. In the meantime, let's get GSX to start preparing.
Ryanair 7548, feedback correct, report ready for push and start.
Provence Delivery, bonsoir Luxair, 31 kg Zulu pour sa clearance pour Luxembourg en poste 9A.
Luxair 31 kg Zulu, Provence Delivery, bonsoir. Information Alpha en cours, mise en route pour Luxembourg approuvé. Départ Etrec 6 novembre.
That's what I meant. They're talking French to one another.
Montée 5 QNH 9, profondeur 560 unité.
Soleil 97 novembre hôtel Taxi Radio.
On vous reçoit 5, je vous rappelle.
Marseille delivery, bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, information Alpha, request clearance to Luxembourg.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, bonsoir, I'll call you back, break. Luxair 31 kg Zulu, je vous écoute.
Okay, well, we're in the sequence. That is the most important thing over here, and now it all comes down to waiting. In the meantime, let's say hello to the passengers. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. Je m'appelle Emmanuel, and I am your captain on today's flight to Luxembourg. Flight time today is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes, and we are going to cruise at an altitude of 36,000 feet. We would like to thank you very much for being on board today. Hope that you are going to enjoy your flight, and the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board this Airbus A320 aircraft, so please pay your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Thank you very much for your attention, and once again, welcome on board.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, are you ready to copy?
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, affirm.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, information Alpha current, cleared to Luxembourg via Etrec 6 November, departure runway 31 right, initial climb 5,000 feet, QNH 1009, squawk 1000.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, information Alpha on board, cleared to Luxembourg, Etrec 6 November, departure of runway 31 right, initial climb 5,000, QNH 1009, squawk 1000.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, correct, report ready.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, we are ready. Let's see if he understood that. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, fully ready, request startup.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, squawk 1000.
Oh, come on. Yeah, here you go.
Runner 7548, we are
He could have given the clearance without that.
7548 for push and start contact.
Okay, so ATREX 6 November, 31 right is confirmed, 5,000 feet, 1009er and squawk 1000.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, same for you for push and start 121.9. Have a safe flight, au revoir.
121.9er Air France 17 Yankee Mike, merci beaucoup, au revoir.
Air France 2257 Provence à la plus blue, QNH1.
Okay, cool. So, all of that is in, then they can disconnect all the ground services and we are ready to go. Cabin crew, all doors in flight. So let's get rid of that. Let's see where about GSX is at. Okay, perfect. Marseille ground, bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, request pushback.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, Provence ground, bonsoir, push and start approved, facing south, QNH 1009.
Push and start approved facing southeast, QNH 1009, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, so that's going to be a nose to the right. And that's the park and brake. Yeah, why are the slides not armed yet? Here we go. They're doing it now. Perfect. Brakes off. Okay, cool. So, B4 start checklist. Park and brake. Off. Takeoff speeds and thrust. We've got 153, 153, 155, and flag 64. Windows. Closed, beacon on, B4 start checklist complete. Okay, ground cockpit. Can we start the engines? So, start sequence is 2 then 1, engine 2 start. It's funny, when you're talking to the ground crew, you're supposed to say starting engine 2, and then to your colleague in the cockpit you say engine 2 start. Nobody wants to know what those French, aka Airbus, thought when they designed those procedures, but that is what they put in the AFCOM. The good thing is, it's a completely automatic startup, so you don't need to worry about that at all as a pilot, and you can do other things in the meantime even. Oh, nice A350 down there. Very nice A350. Okay, parking brake set. And starting engine 1. Engine 1 start. I don't know why, the avail light takes very long to come on in the Fenix. But that's just how it is. I suppose it's due to the EGT that's rising a little bit late in here. See, now the avail light comes on. That is really too long. Normally, it should come quite quickly. By the way, isn't it beautiful how the sunlight is reflecting in the glass of the clock and of the ECAM over here? I believe that's looking really, really beautiful, isn't it? Okay, see, now the generator went online, the start valve is closed already. Now the ignition is off on the N2 as well, and 1 is set, and that should be the avail light come on already. The EGT should be up by now. This shouldn't still be increasing, because as you can see, the engine is stabilized. But anyway, okay, clear to disconnect, CO the clear to the left-hand side with a pin, and have a good day. So, flaps 2, down trim point 4. Okay, that is the dispatcher. She's holding a pin. Okay, hand signal seen after start checklist. Anti-ice, off, ECAM status, checked, pitch trim. Let's see, that's 30%. Rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. Okay, time to request taxi as soon as there's a spot on the frequency.
Confirm you need to push.
Yes,
Ryanair 7277, push and start is approved, facing south, QNH 1009.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, request taxi.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, taxi holding point Delta 9er, runway 31 right, via Golf 5 and Charlie.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, taxi holding point Delta 9er, runway 31 right via Golf 5 and Charlie. Okay, so Golf 5 is straight ahead and then off to the right hand side over here, and then Charlie all the way Delta 9er is the full length. Okay, that's understood. Clear left side, clear right side. Brake check. Pressure 0. Okay, and with that we are on the way. So let's see, Golf 5 is next to the right. I find the apron to be a little bit, yeah, I don't know, it is a little bit cramped on this apron over here. Also watch the 350 there, but we should be clear of that. I always find it a little bit hard to navigate on the apron here in Marseille. It's been the same when I flew here for real, and it certainly is the same here in simulator. But once we're out from the apron, things are actually quite easy. Okay, that was for Ryanair in front of us, but we might as well pre-select the frequency already. Okay, so we're on Charlie, now we simply continue full length. So, nothing has changed since our departure briefing. I do not see any need to rebrief anything. So we just about gotta wait for the cabin, and then we can do the taxi checklist.
Marseille Provence, bonsoir, Luxair 31 kg Zulu pour le repoussage et la mise en route des moteurs.
Luxair 31 kg Zulu, Provence, Sol, bonsoir, mise en route et repoussage approuvé face au sud-est.
That's a little quick maybe for the turns, but then again, large taxiways, we can take them easily.
Face au sud-est, QNH 1009, Luxair 31 kg Zulu.
Alright, so still waiting for the cabin, so I'm not going to taxi any faster now anymore, because, well...
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, contact tower 123.725, au revoir.
123.725, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, au revoir. So let's see, departure frequency, can we pre-select that already? Nah, nothing on here, okay. Provence Tower, bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, we call you when we are ready for departure.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, bonsoir.
Okay, cabin is ready, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked, flap setting, config 2, radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine mode selector, norm, ECA memo, takeoff no blue, taxi checklist complete. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, ready for departure.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, line up and wait runway 31 right.
Line up and wait, runway 31 right, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay,
Runner 7
clear on the left.
48, contact
Clear on the right.
120.875.
120.875.
Okay, might as well pre-select that. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. Line up checklist. Takeoff runway 31 right, full length. TCAS, Tara, packs 1 and 2. On. Line up checklist complete. Just a quick check here. Did we actually calculate packs on or packs off? Packs off, okay. Yeah. On the A330 in my company, it's SOP now to leave them on for takeoff, and that's set by default in the performance calculator.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, winds 2903, 18 knots, runway 31 right, clear for takeoff.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, runway 31 right, cleared for takeoff. Takeoff. Manflex 64, SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots, checked. V1, rotate. Positive climb. Gear up. Enough. Checked.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, contact approach 120.875, bye-bye.
120.875, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, au revoir. Okay. Thrust line, climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Speed checked, flaps 1.
Okay, approach bonsoir, Ryanair 136, descending level 170 for 150. Ryanair 136, bonsoir, expect island 31 right, I'll call you back.
Flap 0. Speed check, flap 0.
Ryanair 132 would be via 2. Via 2 is Ryanair 132, confirm island 2. Island 2, yes, okay, 231 right, via 2 is Ryanair.
Approach bonsoir, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, 2500 climbing 5000.
17 Yankee Mike, Island 5, climb flight level 1, correction, 070.
Climb flight level 070, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, 7000 blue, checked. Autopilot 1, checked. Approaching. Speed, vertical speed.
754, I call you back 1 minute or higher.
Set standard. Standard cross check, passing flight level 54. Now, checked. Let's see, can we find our opponent on the TCAS? Not really, yeah?
For Sierra, New Grenade, 1009.
1000 to go. Might be the guy behind us. That he's keeping us low because of him.
Ryanair 7948, climb flight level 192.
Or maybe the guy in front? Yeah, that is him. That's gonna be him. Wow, the sun is coming in really low already.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, continue climb, flight level 100.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, climb flight level 100.
Order 4 Sierra, it's not 3000.
First climb, alt, flight level 100 blue. And approaching. Yeah, the thing's got too much power. Speed, vertical speed.
Descend altitude 5000 feet, QNH 1009er. Descending 5000.
Nothing we can do, huh?
1009.
If they step us up like that. Okay, let's see. That guy's getting about 5 miles. 1,000 above us. That might scratch just about the 1,000 feet up here. So we might be just about legal with this. And now he's descending, okay. 1,000 to go. Yep, just about legal. 3 miles is minimum, so just outside the ring over here. So that is actually very good controlling here. He's making optimal use of his airspace. That is absolutely all we can ask him to do. Very nice. So we actually have a little bit of traffic that we need to deal with. That's how the flights make it most fun, isn't it?
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, climb flight level 180.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, climb flight level 180. First climb flight level 180 blue. Checked. Okay, passing 100. Well, I would say it's going to stay smooth, so passengers can go. Then let's clean up the MCDU. Nothing in the RATNAV, active to secondary. We can clear the fixed page.
Information Alpha.
And finally, cruise 360, optimum 350, max 374.
Right, I get it. Continue descent flight level 120.
But just to be on the safe side over here, I am going to run a little calculation for the cruising altitude from the Airbus Fly Smart app. Unfortunately, you can't see it because I'm doing that on my iPad. But that is going to calculate the actual correct altitude for us. So let's see, gross weight 66.4. CG is 30.4. And the cruising altitude filed 36,000. Cost index 20. So optimum is actually 370 and the receivable max 385. Well, you know what, 360 is going to be fine then. In case you're wondering why I'm running a separate calculation to determine the altitudes on top of the FMS, you might have seen my video on the Air France 17 Yankee Mike, climb flight level 190. Flight level 190 blue. So you might have seen my video titled Why You Are All Flying Your Airbus Too Low. And the background is that the calculator or all the computers in the A320 are not strong enough to take like everything into account, like all the differences in the atmosphere and so on. However, Airbus has an iPad app that can do all of that, and that's part of the Fly Smart app that you can find on the App Store. And you can actually even download a free demo version of it that includes an A320, so you can do all of these calculations yourself. Have a look at my video on why you're all flying too low, and I'm going to explain exactly what you need to do in order to run those calculations and calculate the actual optimum and maximum altitudes for the Airbus. Okay, so we have initially made it out. Let's have a very quick look into the times. So estimated arrival 18:23. Now this one is running an hour earlier than real life, so 19:23.
Contact Marseille 124.65 to occupy.
124.650 Air France 17 Yankee Mike, over. Approaching. Marseille, bonsoir, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, flight level 173, climbing 190. Climb flight level 360, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, do you have CPDLC? Lima Fox X-Ray X-Ray, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, merci. Okay, flight level 360 blue. Then, somebody asked earlier on if we ever can see anything on the DCDUs. Well, now I'm going to show you. So, Lima Fox X-Ray X-Ray. So, that's Air France 17 Yankee Mike, Marseille to Luxembourg, LFXX, notify. And now you can see that the DCDU actually works. Okay, notified. Perfect. So with that, I would say we've got the major part of our work done. So let's make a very quick check up here on where our top of descent is and the rest of our routing. So top of descent at 03, that's in about half an hour, a little bit more, that's very nice. I'm so not used to the distance reading something like 390 down there anymore. I'm used to more like 3,900 nowadays. Man, a lovely airplane, the A330. Well, I'm sure the A320 is as well. Okay, so that guy's leveling off down there. I'll put the terrain display on because we are actually going to cross the Alps over here, or at least parts of them. Looking down here, you can see highest terrain 12,300. That is on the right hand side over there. So down here it still says next ATC LFXX, meaning the controller hasn't accepted us yet. Normally these things go quite fast, but not always. But that is fine either way. And Konali, we're on the same controller, Lufthansa 59 uniform. Well, hi there. Okay, so, one CAG, there was a story I wanted to tell you during cruise. That is absolutely right. And to do that, let's have a very quick excursion into Airbus and Airbus theory. So, let's start with a quick look into the AFCOM. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you straight on screen because, well, obvious reasons. But I can read it out to you. So let me just about open the AFCOM my side here and then you'll see. So if we look into the Airbus normal procedures and then standard operating procedures, you will find in the cockpit preparation that they want us to check the time and... Oh, here we go. ATC message. Lock on accepted. Okay, active ATC, LFXX. So, going through the AFCOM, we are going to find that they want us to ensure that the time of and the date of the clock are actually correct. Now the time, well, that seems somewhat logical, doesn't it? However, we also need to ensure that the date is correct. And if you don't do that, things can get a little hairy in the Airbus. You might have heard of a recent situation where a German Air Force Airbus got stranded in, I believe it was Abu Dhabi, and couldn't continue the flight because the flaps didn't work properly. Now, that thing hasn't been investigated completely yet. However, there is a good chance that what happened over there is that the date was not set correctly in the that the date wasn't set correctly in the computer and that somebody had manually selected an incorrect date. Now, if we go into the Airbus AFCON, then it will actually tell us if the clock is readjusted for a value above 10 days, maintenance must perform the wingtip brake engagement test. Now that is A330, not A320. So if you go into here, and the month and the date are not correct. So you can see over here that we've got the 22nd of September 2023. So if that is off by more than 10 days, then the computer might just say, hold on a moment, I didn't get the maintenance I want, so I'm going to lock the wingtip brakes. And when the wingtip brakes are locked, the flaps or the slats will get stuck in the takeoff position, and you cannot retract the flaps. And there is a lot of evidence pointing to exactly that happening to the German foreign minister when she wanted to fly to Australia and New Zealand in summer, but the airplane had to return to Abu Dhabi, and that's repeated itself twice before they cancelled the flight. So chances are somebody has set an incorrect date in there, and that led to the wingtip brakes locking themselves up. So yeah, always do those things that you find in the normal procedures. Even though it might sound stupid, there usually is a very good reason why they put stuff like that in. Hey, company message. Let's see what they got there. Load sheet. Oh, a preliminary load sheet. Well, thank you very much. Not that we need it anymore. Going to accept it anyway. Well, thank you for nothing, I suppose. Okay, so a couple of you have been asking me, like, CPDLC and what you can do with it. So let me just show you something. Now, we said earlier on that our actual optimum level is 370, with a maximum being 385. Now, let me actually recalculate that with the latest data. So, we're at 65.7 tons right now. And I'm running those calculations on my iPad just so that you know what I'm doing. CG 30.6. Cost index still 20. Let's just see. ISO deviation is -3. Let's see what the operational flight plan is suggesting. So, average wind component, tailwind of 23 knots. So when I put all of that stuff in the iPad, we've got the top of climb -47. So -47 it is. Well, that's quite warm actually. Should be -56 by default, so that is 9 degrees warmer. So delta ISA +9. Okay, let's calculate that once more. Compute. Okay, so optimum altitude 375, maximum 386 at Mach 0.78. So you know what? Let's go to request flight level 380 from ATC. Let's do ATC com, request flight level 380. Okay, transfer to DCDU. So, request flight level 380. Send. Sending, received, close. So now we've requested the climb from air traffic control. Now we're just about waiting until they answer. And a couple of nice things as well with the Airbus. When you get CPDLC instructions, the thing is actually quite smart. So, let's say you receive a frequency that you're supposed to contact. Newer versions of the Airbus actually have a load button up here on the RNP. And when you press the load button, they're going to load the frequency from the CPDLC into the standby, so that you can't do any mistake tuning in the frequency. Another very, very nice function when you're flying oceanic is when you get a conditional clearance, like at time 0507 contact Shannon 13425. Then you acknowledge that, and then the thing goes into a monitoring state, and at the specified time it is going to display the message again and give you another ATC message prompt up there, so that it's actually reminding you that you are supposed to contact a controller at that time. That's quite a cool thing there, really. So the CPDLC is actually a pretty smart thing.
Marseille contrôle, bonsoir, Luxembourg 31 kg Zulu, autorisé au 190 sur F6 November.
So normally ATC is quite fast with CPDLC messages, but on VATSIM, since so few people are actually using it, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes a little while for him to actually notice that he's even got a message. Alright, Captain McG is asking in the chat, would you share your thoughts on what still needs to be addressed with the Fenix? Sure. So, it would be nice. Well, first of all, I think we talked sufficiently about the improvements I'd like to see in the flight model on this channel, so I'm not going to go into that. But what I am going to go into is some improvements in CPDLC. For example, when they send you a direct... Oh, here we go. Climb to flight level 380. Wilco. Send. Received. Okay, that's flight level 380 blue. Cruise flight level above max flight level. I disagree. As said, we did the calculations on the iPad, so it can certainly go above this. And the actual max is 386, so we've got 600 foot to spare. The optimum 375, so flight level 380 is actually our most optimal level. What's interesting though, the cruise flight level above max flight level message should only come up when the cruise flight level is within a margin of 0.2 Gs to buffet. The recommended maximum, however, is 0.3 Gs. So if you enter, for example, 380 now, which is just 300 feet higher, then that message, in my opinion, should not have come up. Now, maybe somebody who's proficient on the A320 and actually flies it, remember, everything I say is based on the A330 here. If somebody's actually proficient on the 320 and can share some insights into how that message works on the 320, that'd be much appreciated. However, I am rather positive that it should not have given that message right now. So yeah, the most important thing there that I think could be improved is CPDLC, and then there is a couple of things every now and here, like the FMS revision here is a rather old one. There would be some things that I'd like to see improved, but most important one actually is if we go over here to the pilot route and you store the flight plan. Unfortunately, that's not working at all right now. But we do that on every single flight because we want to check that the uplink we received actually matches our operational flight plan. Remember, there could always be a mistake, like you get an incorrect route or something, so we always want to check that, and we do that by going new route, store the flight plan, and then it would show us a rather long page where it would detail the entire route to us. Apart from that, the secondary flight plan could use a couple of improvements, like for example when you enter something as to waypoint, then it deletes the from waypoint in here. That's something, especially when you're programming the engine outset in your secondary, that is something I would certainly like to see improved, but hopefully that's going to come with a future version. And apart from that, the drag of the flight model is still something that needs improvement. So especially when you're below 10,000 feet, the thing just has too much drag, and that's something that I do hope they are going to improve. Apart from that, a sound update would be nice as well. Thinking about sounds, yeah, the Fenix isn't bad, but if you go back to some videos of the latest version of the Flight Sim Labs Airbus, it is just a tad better. So that's something I'd certainly like to see improved. And Carfagon is asking, are you going to try the Aerosoft A330 when it comes out? Yes, I definitely will. But, well, let's put it that way. I don't have high hopes for the Aerosoft. I really don't. I knew how it was in P3D. I know the philosophy with which Aerosoft is approaching the development. And to my knowledge, Aerosoft has recruited the people behind the Flight Sim Studios E-Jet to finish the A330 after Matthijs left. So that kinda sets the game for me as to what I'm expecting on that airplane. And that is not a lot, to be honest. That's really not a lot. Matt Call, what about Tolus A320 in comparison to Fenix? Well, Tolus, they're doing some things better, some things worse. The most important better things in the Tolus is the flight physics and some of the backgrounds going on in the MCDU. So, for example, in the Tolus you can enter the secondary flight plan correctly, you can save waypoints correctly and so on. That is all a little bit flawed in here. Also, the Tolus features quite some cool failures that the Fenix doesn't necessarily do exactly correct. But failures I know don't interest too many of you, so I am going to leave it at that. Now, what the Fenix does a lot better is sounds and graphics. For the sounds, luckily you can get a replacement sound set for the Tolus, either the COSP or the Blue Sky Star. But the graphics, well, Fenix is just light years ahead in the graphics. I think there is absolutely no arguing about that. Talking about graphics, let's get the sun shield up. So yeah, in terms of graphics, the Fenix is just unbeatable. And I really have to say this does look pretty good. Pretty good. Now I'm not sure how many of you have seen my video on the brightness of the screens. That's actually something that I really noticed flying the A330 for the first couple times. First of all, maximum brightness on all screens is somewhat different from one another. So it might be that one is a lot brighter than the other, even though they're all at maximum. And most importantly, maximum brightness in the real Airbus is a lot dimmer than what it is in Fenix. So this is what I would expect to be maximum brightness here. Now, if you look at this, what the Fenix is capable of doing, no way an Airbus can do that. Something like this is a maximum you're going to get out of the displays. Which can be a problem at times, by the way. Talking about possible enhancements I'd like to see, by the way. Reflectivity in the displays. The real ones are really reflecting a lot. Especially when you have a white uniform on, the sun is shining right onto your body, and that light is deflected into the displays and then shines back at you. It can make it really hard to read those displays. Similarly, when you are flying in really bright daylight conditions and you have sunglasses on, it can be quite hard to read the displays as well. So that's all stuff that could use a little update there. However, it is nothing major. The only major thing in the Fenix, in my opinion, still is the flight model, especially on landing. That could use some improvements, so I surely hope that that is going to improve. Metal, did I fly the exact 737 yet? No, I am waiting for the developers to respond, because I asked them a couple of questions. France 17 Yankee Mike, 128.3, au revoir. I don't know why he's sending that by text. I mean, just use CPDLC, huh? That's what it's there for. Did any of you hear the air traffic controller telling me frequency on voice? I certainly didn't. And now he's just sending me a text
Australia
message.
5057, same for you, monitor Unicom, goodbye.
France, bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, passing level 375, climbing 380.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, bonsoir, Givor to Sierra arrival.
Givor to Sierra arrival, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, do we have that already? No, we've got the Delta. Okay, time to do a bit of programming then. So, Givor to Sierra arrival. Let's see what that's doing.
Austrian 355, normally I would say yes, however exceptionally give me a call passing flight level 80.
Exhaust, do we have a transition from there? Yeah, exhaust 3 Charlie. Okay, then that's what we take.
Correct.
So, let's see what we just inserted.
Welcome.
Yeah, that looks about good. We can fly that. And we've got Mach Alt Cruise. So, by the way, here's the proof that earlier on
7584,
the Airbus lied to us when it told us cruise level above max. Well, we need to keep in mind this is a recommended max level, so initially nothing to worry about. But as you can see, we can easily make it up here.
Thank you.
And if you compare the speed indicator here, close to the optimum level, with the speed indicator when you're flying at what the FMS tells you is optimum, you really see how you've got a rather narrow margin there, similar to the Boeing 737 now. So that just about tells you a little bit about what the Airbus can do better or worse than the 737.
Swiss, full takeoff, go.
So we got another company message. Telex. V-pilot relayed. From Marseille, contact arms control, au revoir. Yeah, we did that. Okay, perfect. 88 miles to top of descent, so we might as well start our preparations already. Come on. Here we go, that's better. Okay, let's quickly go ahead and grab the arrival weather. So that request is out. Oh, something they might fix as well. When you click that message button down here and just nothing comes up in it. That'd be a really neat fix as well. If you go that way, you see that everything arrived, but well. Okay, QNH 1006. And that is set. Okay, then for the arrival, we need this, we need this. So, Givor to Sierra arrival.
Cover 16, proceed direct waypoint, Gilead.
What's this? And then for the approach,
Thank you.
what's it doing now? Here we go, ILS 24. So loads of restrictions on there, so we've got a lot of stuff to check as well. Okay, but first of all, 240 at 12, 11 degrees, 1006. Man, that's really cold. So 1006, 11 degrees, 240 at 12. And if we're on it already, let's just put the minimums in as well. We're a Cat Charlie aircraft 1413. Like so. Okay, We are not going to do config 3, that's an OEB from Fenix. Okay then, let's go ahead and check out the arrival in here. So this is a little bit of the boring stuff, but we need to do all of that, of course. So GBOR, waypoint 887 above level 160, that's what we have. Then a Soral, waypoint 886 above level 150.
Air France 290 Kilo.
And then we proceed towards Akelu, waypoint 884 above level 80.
Kilo after waypoint.
So Akelu 884 above 80, then we've got 885 above 60, and then we continue towards Exos, which is above 4,000. We've got Exos in here, 250 knots. Doesn't have the speed restrictions, sorry, the altitude. So let's just put that in as well. Yep, that was a bit fast. Okay, so Exos. Then let's have another look into the ILS runway 24. Okay, we might actually have a second arrival chart here as well with the Exos transition. Let's see if we can find that. Yeah, Exos 3 Charlie.
That's what
we've been looking for. So from Xcos to waypoint 432, max 220 above 4,000. That's 243, 4,000, 220, and then Lima X24 India above 3,000 to the Fox Point, which is the final approach fix. Okay, so that is looking good. Then we join the ILS, and from the Fox Point 3,000, maximum 180 knots, and that is what we've got in here. So 180 knots at 5 miles, that does seem a little bit fast for me. Let's change that into something like 160 or so. Okay, and that is looking better. Alright then, cool, we've got a 3-degree glide slope, and the FMS got that as well. Airport elevation is looking good, and for the missed approach, climb to 3000 on the radial 238, 8.70 me Luxembourg, then turn right to Dick VUR, climbing 4000. Okay, so we've got 400 feet, we've got the radial from the VUR and then to Dick 4000. Okay, looks good. So nav setup, then going to be Lux and Dick. So this is all just the setup part that we are doing, and not the briefing yet. The briefing itself is going to be a lot quicker later on, but I'll show you in a few moments. So for the descent, you know what, I'm going to increase the speed a little bit, because I want to be there as early as possible. And I know that VATSIM pilots always fly fast. We don't have too much time today, so for that reason I'm increasing descent speed. Okay, that's looking good. And then for the go-around, MSA in the missed approach sector 3,400. So that is going to be our acceleration altitude. Perfect, so extra fuel is looking good. Secondary is a simple copy of the active, that's all we need. Perfect. And we can do our landing performance real quick. So runway 24. Let's just refresh and apply the METAR. And then landing weight, let's see. Zero fuel is 60.7 plus 3.5 makes 64.2 if I'm not mistaken.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, descent flight level 160 via start.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, descent level 160 via start. Do you need us to leave now?
No, when you're ready.
Roger, when ready, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, flight level 160 blue.
Rams radar, Honda 120, flight level 360, start. Honda 1 to go.
Right, so 64.2 we just said.
Sierra arrival.
Sierra 2 Sierra arrival, Condor 1 to go.
Then let's see. Low auto brake, idle reverse, auto thrust on, flaps full.
What do you want me to read back?
Dry runway. Looks good. Okay.
Yep, because he had priority, so you are identified. Continue.
Okay, so last check over here, landing runway 24.
Scan the name and 3 hotel.
4 kilometers,
Flight level 2,
get off somewhere around Delta 2, I'd say. Should be roughly the half the runway, so that is pretty much what we just calculated. And that's been calculated using auto brakes low. Right, so now that we're pretty much ready with the entire setup, we would ask our colleague to check all the inputs that we've just done, and once they are finished with the input, we can... once he's finished checking all our inputs, we can then start with the arrival briefing. In the meantime, I see a couple of you have commented about the 777, and if I can give a release date. Yes, I can. It's going to be the 31st of February 2025. Alright, so, no comments by the way if you noticed something. No comments. Alright, so, our colleague has now checked that everything we entered is correct and has made up his own mental picture of our arrival. And then we can start with the briefing. So, the briefing once again is going to be led by the pilot monitoring, in this case the first officer. So, you may go ahead. MSA for the arrival, 3,700, so let's make it 4,000 all around. Gboard to Sierra arrival with the Echo's transition for the ILS approach. Ultimately, I'm pretty sure it's going to be radar vectored for an ILS approach runway 24. Minimums 1,413 and go around trajectory straight at 8.7 miles, right turn to DTH climbing 4,000. Extra fuel and time, we've got 36 minutes, 1.2 tons of fuel. Okay, from here on, the pilot flying is going to resume the briefing. Guidance for the approach is going to be localizer and glide slope, and the landing flaps full. Stop margin 2,000 meters. Reversers will be used in maximum to minimize the brake cooling time. Okay, auto brakes low is going to get us off at the Delta 2 exit, and I don't see any hotspots for the taxi in. Special operations, well, we don't really... Actually, we do have something, and that is a rather low level of altitude for the missed approach, so initially just anticipate the early level off. Okay, do you see any threats for the arrival? Nope. Me neither. Arrival briefing complete. Then let's do a very quick PA to our passengers, and then we are done with all our preparations. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon again from Flytech. This is your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards Luxembourg very shortly, remaining flight time approximately 25 minutes. The weather in Luxembourg currently not as warm as it used to be in Marseille. Temperature is now 11 degrees centigrade with a few clouds at the sky. We'd like to thank you very much for flying Air France today. Hope that you've enjoyed your stay on board, and we look forward to welcome you again on board of a future scheduled service. In the meantime, have a nice and safe continuous journey, and we see you all again on the next one. Okay, cool. So that is our briefing and our PA complete, and with that, pretty much everything we needed to be done is completed. Okay, cool. And we are just ahead 4 miles of the top of descent. Let's go ahead and start our descent. Let's descend alt flight level 160 blue. Now that looks interesting down here. Pretty sure that's not what it's supposed to look like. 0.78/300 and... Why is it saying 308 down there? It should be 300. Well, in any case, that is not correct. That is definitely not correct here. So if someone's asked me about what might be improved, well, here you've got something. Alright, so just took a couple of screenshots, thrust idle, but no, I don't want to go that slow, please. Let's go select it then. That might be the right thing to do. I don't know, sometimes it is a little strange when the airplane decides to do things like that. And BS is commenting, I fly a lot on Air France, but never heard a pilot speaking English that fluently. Yeah. Happens. That happens.
7548, contact 120.8.
And Lion McCoy, what aircraft is in development for MSFS that I am excited for? Well, most certainly the TBM 850 from Black Square Simulations. And Tyler, member of business class for 8 months. Nice to see you streaming again. Welcome, Tyler. It's a pleasure to do it again. I really hope to find more time. You know, last month and this month my schedule has been so incredibly busy. Indeed, right now I'm on minimum rest as well, because I just had 6 days in the Caribbean. And since you adapt to the time zone then, of basically 6 hours time difference, you know, my body totally changed to the new time, and then we flew back, and now I have 3 days off, which is the legal minimum rest I need to have after that 6-day trip to the Caribbean. But exactly after those 3 days, they're sending me off to Canada for 4 days, and thereafter I finally have a couple more days off, so I'm really looking forward to bring you some exciting stuff over then on the channel that I've arranged in the meantime. Really looking forward to that. I can't say what it is yet, non-disclosure agreement, but you will like it. So coming back to aircraft that I am most excited about. Yeah, as mentioned, the okay, speed. As mentioned, the TBM 850 is something that I'm looking really forward to. And then there is the Just Flight A300 and the Inibuild A300, both of them. I did try to fly the A310 a little bit today, but had some problems with it, unfortunately. I don't know why, but every time I fly the A310 my computer just shuts down like 45 minutes after I initiate the flight. And that apparently happens only with the A310. I do hope the Ini A300 isn't going to have that. So yeah. And, well, I guess I don't need to mention the obvious.
Scandinavian 3 Hotel, you can continue climb.
Fenix A319, A321 for sure. And then obviously there is the PMDG 777 when it eventually comes, but obviously I can't talk too much about PMDG due to NDA, at least not their upcoming projects. I can tell you how much I like the 737, but I think I've done that a few times already. And yeah, that is really that. But for now, the TBM 850 is really what I'm most excited about. You guys know how much I love the Black Square aircraft, and seeing the preview was just totally amazing, so I'm really looking forward to that. Hand Metal Eye, what does a pilot do after 6 days Caribbean? Let's fly Marseille to Luxembourg. Yep, you name it. But to be fair...
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, contact 120.875. Bye.
120.875, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Bye bye. Radar bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, flight level 237, descending 160, Gbor 2 Sierra, arrival.
Radar 17 Yankee Mike, Luxembourg, approach to the identifying. Expect sectors, ILS approach to the mid-24, descent level 140.
Expect vectors ILS 24, descent level 140, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, that's flight level 150 and alt magenta. Okay, what is VNAV doing? Why is it not... Ah, screw it. We seem to be number 1 in sequence anyway, then let's just accelerate a bit. TCAS to below, is there anyone? No? Okay. Okay. Speed managed, that looks better. And Robin, Eurowings certainly pays more than your previous airline, right? Well, I can't go into any details of the pay, unfortunately. But rest assured, I'm not flying with Eurowings. Also rest assured, Eurowings does not operate A330s. And BombTech, what about the new MD-11? Well, if I'm totally honest with you, I'm not holding my breath for it. I'm not holding my breath for it. Simply for the fact that they are, well, just still in beta, and they're going to release an early access beta, and I'm a little afraid that it might end up similar to their, what's it called? I'm a little afraid it might end up similar to the E-Jets, but I'm surely hoping the best. But I don't know. With all the monetary trouble they've had, I'll wait and see. Maybe they are going to surprise us. Hopefully they're going to surprise us. Approaching. So, just in case you're wondering what I'm clicking here in the background with my keyboard all the time, that's just me preparing the return flight, because I do know that we will have a rather short time on the ground. A rather really short time on the ground, because I'm trying to expedite things to make it over to Marseille in time with arrival ATC. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, Liefer Kilo, heading 330, and we are maintaining level 140. Will go. Okay, so Liefer Kilo heading 330. Now we can do something over here. And that's Kilo slash 330 slash 10. Insert. Then PBD 01 slash minus 8. Insert. Remove. Insert. So what I've done just now is a little Airbus trick there. Okay, don't slow down, please. Maintain your speed. So basically what's happening now is leaving Akelu on a track of 330, and when it overflies the discontinuity, it is going to go, or it's going to revert into heading, and like that it's going to maintain the new heading. Bing, heading. Now let me just correct this to 330 actually. What you can do as well, that is even easier to trick it into leaving it on the correct heading. You can just insert a discontinuity after the waypoint in question, and then just prior to the waypoint simply pre-select the heading that it's supposed to take when you're when you're going outbound. And then, once you cross the discontinuity, it's going to activate the pre-selected heading and start the turn. That's a little tricking with the Airbus avionics, but works really nice.
Daniel 7548, you're making a left turn. Continue left, heading on correction 09 as well.
So, I don't believe that we are going to get any
Yeah, but instead of a right
no,
turn,
that's
you're making
not the track we're looking for. Let's quickly see. 057 is the radial. Yep, that looks good. Insert. Okay, flight plan is sequenced, and now we just got to wait and see what air traffic control is going to do with us. From here on, my last time flying to Luxembourg has been a long time ago. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, descent flight level 090. First eye load and descent all flight level 90 blue.
060, runner, contact to right.
And maintain
Okay, that's quite a rate of descent here, but that is fine with me. Speed 220 knots, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, that's managed. Let's see, clean 214 and the approach phase is active. Perfect, happy with that. 6 knots of difference, that is alright if we simply go to if we simply go managed flight 214 instead of 220. Now, if we want to be a nitpicker or a beam counter, then yeah, we could do 220 in here, but I prefer going the easy way. So let's see, probably behind that guy over there. So I suppose in about 5 miles it's going to be a right turn, then we'll be some 5 miles behind him. That should be just about fine. Okay.
November 77 Kilo Hotel at 4000. November 77 Kilo, this is where the approach to identify climb telephone on speed.
And Robin, which airport is it on my YouTube banner? That's Cologne. Okay, the guy is passing a beam, so we'll probably get the right turn in a moment.
Until
180 until 60 ME. Yeah, that sounds about right. We can do that as well later on.
Yes, now right heading 270.
Link 270, runner, contact to right.
And from 18 Yankee Mike, turn right heading 110, descend 4000 feet, QNH 1007.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike, turn right heading 110, descend 4000 feet, QNH 1007. Okay, that's 4000 blue, set QNH 1007, 1 hectopascal difference, that is absolutely acceptable. Okay, QNH 1007 cross-check, passing 9,700 now. Checked. Okay, lights on, constraints, LS.
Thank you.
GPS is primary, and the engine mode selector is in non. Okay. So I suppose we're going in like that, and our profile does look okay. Up here we'll be leveled, so yeah. We're running fine in terms of the vertical profile. Could possibly even slow the descent down a little bit, but yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Speed, vertical speed. Let's make it minus 1,000. That should be sufficient. I suppose we're following that guy over here, so we still need to fly all this. Then we've got 5 miles plus maybe 3 plus 10, so 18 miles to run. The airport is located at 1,000 feet, so we are just about fine on altitude. Okay, approach checklist, please. Barrow ref, QNH 1007, seatbelts on, minimum, Barrow 1413, order speed 180, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Flaps 1, speed checked, flaps 1.
Luxembourg, approach.
Thrust idle, open descent.
31 kilo Zulu, 31 kilo Zulu.
Okay, continue checklist, auto brake, low, engine mode cell. Norm, approach checklist complete. Flaps 2,
ILS approach
speed checked,
24
flaps
and
2.
descent 140, Luxembourg 31 kilo Zulu. Luxembourg approach, good evening, Condor 12 Golf, information hotel, last name flight level 179, give or 20 at arrival.
So in terms of altitude we are doing well, as we said earlier. What does it tell us? Like 8 miles to reach the 4,000, then it's 10 miles to reach 3,000, and 10 miles until here we have easily. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, turn right heading 150, descent 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue. Glide slope alive. Vertical speed, speed. What's the temperature? +7, but we don't seem to be IMC. Let's turn the lights off, then we can see it better. Yeah, we might be IMC. Engine anti-ice on. So let's turn this into a nice little Air France 17 Yankee Mike, turn right heading 210 and confirm cleared ILS runway 24. Cleared ILS 24, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Wilco. Glide slope local level blue, cut 3 dual, autopilot 1+2. Nice. Okay, engine anti-ice off. And that is our airport just over there.
Turn left, heading 330, Luxembourg 31 kilo Zulu.
Okay, autopilot off, Cat 1. So, let's have a little bit of fun. Flight directors off, bird on, localizer alive. Set runway track.
Luxembourg approach.
From your track set.
4,000 feet.
That's why you need a second pilot.
828 is the approach, low identified, transfer level 130.
And we're established.
Wait.
Air France 17 Yankee Mike established. Warm 8.1, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, bye.
Alright,
7548, 862 holding point, correction taxi to San Victor, 30 by Bravo 1.
with
Luxembourg Tower, bonjour, Air France 17 Yankee Mike, ILS 24.
France 17 Yankee Mike, Luxembourg Tower, bonjour. Your number 2, continue approach, only 24, winds 240 degrees, 10 knots, reduce speed 160 knots.
Speed 160, continue approach, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, can't be bothered with that, let's just go managed and that's it. Okay, so initial missed approach altitude, 3,000 feet set.
Other station blocking frequency.
Checked.
Say again?
please repeat that trans, they are Bravo target.
7548 taxi holding correction taxi, San Victor 30 via Bravo 1.
Okay, gear down.
Victor 30 via Bravo 1.
Flaps 3.
US 416, vacate right enable, no delay.
Flaps full. Landing checklist. Econ memo. Landing no blue. Landing checklist complete.
France 17 Yankee Mike, exactly landing clearing.
17 Yankee Mike. Okay, we're 4 miles out. He's getting takeoff clearance now. There is absolutely no problem with that.
Scanner 1484, look at English.
1484, hello, push to actually hold position.
Hold the position, Scanner 1484.
Looks like we crossed some thermal or something here. You saw what kind of pitch I needed initially in order to get my rate of descent going, but that pitch is not quite correct here anyway. Should be like 2 or 3 degrees nose up and not, well, almost 0. Checked. So there's a little bit more work they can do on that. They are certainly heading into the right direction, especially with their new flight model. But there's a little bit more stuff they can do. So, preceding aircraft is airborne. Runway 24 cleared land, Air France 17 Yankee Mike.
Station going for taxi.
Checked.
Upper 272.
Continue.
19243, taxi holding point Charlie via Bravo 1. 1017. Air correction, finish 1007.
50.
So, taxi to holding point Charlie via Bravo 1, QNH 1007, Alpine at temperature.
Come on, Phoenix, just settle down. Thank you. Welcome to Luxembourg. Okay, spoiler reverse green, decel.
Via
70 knots, manual brakes.
you guys. 416, give way to Airbus A320 passing from left to right. Okay.
Luxembourg 5435, request taxi.
So 5435, taxi 1 point Charlie via Bravo 1, KNH 1007.
Taxi via Charlie, Bravo.
Okay, so vacated Delta 2 as expected.
Charlie via Bravo 1 and KNH 1007, Luxembourg 5435.
17 Yankee Mike, welcome to Luxembourg. Spoken with Charlie, please. Taxi to Sound Alpha 12 via Bravo 1.
Stand Alpha 12 via Bravo 1 and the transponder stays in mode Charlie. Air France 17 Yankee Mike. Okay, so let's see. Bravo 1 is up there, so let's initially turn onto that taxiway here so that we actually vacate the runway completely. We're clear on the left and we're clear on the right.
Alpine 2743, wind 2403, 10 knots, runway 24, clear to take off.
Okay, that looks good.
Luxembourg 5435, confirm you want us to hold at Charlie.
Affirm, 65535.
Roger, we'll hold at Charlie, Luxembourg 5435.
That was a little bit too much thrust,
416,
but it's fine. Okay, that's Bravo 1. Now we're looking for gate Alpha 12. So let's go ahead and find that.
Gonna walk for 8
Okay, Alpha 12 right at the terminal. And we go in via Lima 2. You can see the little arrows over here. Okay, perfect. After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete. Okay, that's Lima 7, so we go further. Lima 2 is where we are going. Lima 6. Affirm, Air France 17 Yankee Mike. What is the Phoenix doing? Why is it not auto and on? That is all that should be needed. Well, fuck it. Let's see if we can do it like that. Air France 17 Yankee Mike, do you receive mode Charlie now? Thanks. Just some logic thing with the Phoenix then. Okay, so Lima 3, we don't go into here, but we take the next one, Lima 2.
The 5 Delta Luxembourg Tower, hello, number 1, continue approach on the 24, winds 40 degrees, 10 knots.
Continue approach.
Okay, so next left, that is gonna be here. Lovely, says no entry on here. Well, I don't agree with the no entry. We're definitely right. Look at that, it's the terminal edge just in front. We've got the terminal edge just in front, so that no entry sign is definitely not interesting to us. Okay, let's get ourselves a marshaller. That Easy is standing very far at the front. He is not parking ideally, but should be fine. Okay, so we are going up here. I'll keep the lights on because there just is no apron lights in the scenery up here. And yeah, for that reason I'll keep my airplane lights on. Poor marshaller, but can't help him. Okay, now we can turn them off. But see, that's what I mean. Can't see anything. That's not how it works in real life. In real life you can really see those aprons very well at night. Okay, and here we are. So, APU on. Engines off. Cabin crew, all doors in park. So, engines running down.
Yeah, 1484, continuing taxi.
Oops.
1484, taxi holding from Charlie, variable 1, CNH10.
I was pretty quick with the external power.
Taxi to hold
Okay,
short
then we can shut the
Charlie,
APU,
variable 1,
and the
CNH
doors are
1007,
disarmed.
1484.
Parking checklist. Provided I can find it. Okay, park and breaker trucks. Well, truck set, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. Alright, that is sector number 1 done, so let's go ahead and prepare for sector number 2. In the meantime, I'll just leave the frequency over here so that we've got a little bit more time without the distractions. So let's see, on block at 30, in other words, if we push in like 15 minutes, we should be able to make the entire event. Okay, so our next call sign, let's see if we've got it already. Well, you know what, we're gonna make things the easy way. Just go down here. Menu, Atsu. So, arrival message on block at 28, that is alright. And then let's go ahead and request the next flight, please. Okay, initialize data request, thank you. Okay, so for the next flight we're going to change over to the first officer's seat so that we've got both perspectives today. So let's go over co-pilot. Bonjour. But I just quickly need to change something because I don't know why, but the zoom is different in the two views in the Fenix. I don't know why the zoom is different, but look at that. This is a lot nicer, isn't it? My opinion, it certainly is. Okay then, so next call time is going to be 798 Golf. So just quickly logging into VATSIM to secure my call sign. That's it. Okay, pre-file the flight, and then I'm done with all the off-screen stuff I have to do, and we can go back into the next flight. In the meantime, by the way, let's start the deboarding, otherwise we aren't gonna make the turnaround. Okay, reset all of that, thank you. And obviously flight plan prefile takes a little while. But here we go, now we should have it. And indeed we have it. Okay, perfect. So, let's see that. Luxembourg to Marseille, 798 Golf. Perfect, that is what we've been looking for. So, import the flight, please. Yes, thank you. That's gonna be 18. Let's make it 1845. I don't see us making it otherwise. 45. Thank you. Update. Okay, that's better. In 13 minutes. Well, let's see if that's going to work out. The challenge is there. That's for sure. Okay, load the latest flight plan, please. And then we'll have a very quick look into the weather. So Marseille is Kavok, and the weather stays good as it is. Perfect. Alternate Nice is good as well, then we can fly at standard fuel. Plant at level 370. That's good as well, so make that 5.8 plus 173, yeah. 6 tons is going to be fine. Maybe 6.1 to account for a little bit longer taxi due to possible extended taxi times here. Okay, perfect. So they are still deboarding, that's fine. In the meantime, we can go ahead with our setup. So, ground control comes on. The lights are good as they are. We'll keep the seatbelts off for a little bit. And the same goes for the pumps, really. Yeah. You know what? It's non-standard, but let's do the MCDU first, because they're still deboarding the plane. So if I undo all the parking actions that I've just done, that would really be a little bit, I don't know. Oh, invalid flight plan uplink. Didn't see that one before in Phoenix. Well, let's initialize the request once more. Luxembourg to Marseille, that is looking good, so it should be fine. Well, let's try once more and then see what's gonna come out of it. Otherwise, we need to enter the flight plan manually. Oh, okay, invalid flight plan uplink. Well, in that case, we are going to do it manually. Not that it would be too hard to program a flight plan. Just a little bit annoying at times. Okay, so they're about done with the deboarding, so I'll quickly wait until they're out, so that we can actually start with the loading. Here we are. Perfect. So 6.1, load aircraft, fast time, thank you. So we've actually got a full load today. 180. Okay, so Grottancon to Romeo departure. What's that? Nothing I can see. Hydraulic PTU. Why is that one on? Now it's off again. Okay. There are things we just shouldn't question. Okay, then, Upper November 852 Gilia. UN 852. And then we go via Tango 14. And that should be Gilia up here. Oh, come on. Okay. What is the Fenix doing here? So, Airways, UN 852. Gilia, Tango 14. Towards on-off. And then again Upper November 852. Towards Balzi, and that is the end of the route already. So, to Balzi, merci. Arrival, going to be an ILS Zulu 31 right. And probably the Balzi 1 Delta arrival, who would have guessed that? Or might be Romeo as well. Doesn't matter, let's program Delta at first, and then we can still check it later. And the DOLIV transition. Okay, insert that. So, in case of emergency, we can go straight ahead. So that's Lux X2, ELLX24 slash, what's the runway track up here? 237 for 25 miles. And see, that is what I meant earlier. When you do that, when you store that waypoint, it should automatically have been inserted as well. Okay, like so. But yeah, if that's how it works in the Phoenix, then can certainly live with that. Okay, 237, yep, thanks, and then we're going to go back towards Luxembourg as new destination. Arrival ILS 24. Okay, fix info once again. ELLX24, and then a 237 radial with the Lux X2 point. Okay, perfect. So let's see if we need any radio navigation setup. I don't think so, but let's be better safe than sorry. I do believe it is a complete on-off departure, but let's check. So, Grotancan. 2 Romeo, on-off. Is that what we've programmed? Yes. Okay, straight ahead, left turn out. Yeah, all on-off, so we don't need anything in here. Okay, ELLX24. So, let's see if we can save the flight plan this time. Yeah, we can. Even though, over here you can see, this is the page that we would normally use in order to cross-check the route we have entered is correct. But as you can see, there is some trouble there with, first of all, it doesn't have the SID, and then it just finishes after on-off, even though there is another UN 852 towards Balzi in there with the arrival, and that's missing in here. That's what I meant earlier when I said just kindly fix that, Phoenix. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead with our setup. So, 61 tons, 0 fuel weight. And I take it we don't have a load sheet yet. Oh, we do have a load sheet. 61 as well, and what's that? 31.5. Perfect, that's what I've been looking for. Okay, then in terms for the fuel, we can take an alternate 1.1, alternate 1.3 and final reserve 1.1. So that's 1.3 and 1.1. And that's it, with a wind component of a headwind 25. Okay, perfect. Then last thing, takeoff performance. So that's going to be 2-4, dry, sync, sync. Do we have any intersections? No. Okay. Then calculate. Okay, flaps 2, 61 degrees. 261, and then 53, 53, 56. Five, 3, 5, 3, 5, 6. And finally, the question of noise abatement. Let's quickly have a look into that as well, if they've got any special restrictions here. So, departure. Noise abatement procedures. SIDs are also noise abatement, therefore it is emphasized that pilots shall adhere to these routes as closely as possible. It doesn't specify an NADP, so we are going to take NADP 2. And that is fair enough for me. Thank you very much. So initial climb is rather low, only 4,000, so that's just about 3,500 AGL, but we are going to keep what we have in here then. Don't need any speed pre-selected, and that's it. Okay, cool. Then, they've finished refueling by now. And that's everything we need up here. That's looking good. That's looking good. Transponder goes on the other side. And can go... Well, no, we're going to keep it in standby. And that's it. Okay, accept the preliminary load sheet. What else do we have here? Telex message. VPilot relayed. Yeah, thank you. And why is it still connected to the previous ATC? Surely shouldn't be that. Oh boy, come on, Atsu. What's it doing? Come on, ATC com. Yeah, that should bring us straight into the CPDLC menu. But then we do it like this. Okay, so we're disconnected. Message record, erase. Thank you. Funny, I just erased this and it's still here. Not how it's supposed to be. Okay, if we go out and back in, then all of a sudden it works again. Interesting. Well, we're gonna remember that. Okay, cool. Then, last thing for us to do is this. Okay, then, let's go ahead and check our departure. Okay, aircraft loaded. Very good. So, Grotang... Well, you know what? Before we do that, I'm going to send a PDC request. Just to be sure that we don't brief a wrong departure and then have to do everything again. So, pre-departure clearance. We're at gate Alpha 12 towards Echo Lima Lima X-ray. Good evening. And the ATIS ID, let's grab that real quick as well. ATIS offline. Well, that's interesting. Not supposed to be. Well, in that case, let's check the pilot client. Oh, they indeed don't have an ATIS online. Okay. I'll just put Alpha in here. And ATIS offline. Alright, cool. Send that out. And then we should hopefully get our clearance in a moment. Well, in the meantime, might as well go ahead and check the route, depending on how long it's going to take to actually get the ATIS. Okay, cool. So, Grotancan 2 Romeo. If unable, advise ATC. Well, we are not unable. So, climb on 237 Lima X 892. And we've got 892 over here. And that is an overfly waypoint. Then turn left 893, right Sutal. So, we've got 893 Sutal. And at Sutal, we've got a 6,000 and above restriction. And then we proceed via 883 Akelu Grotancan. So I've got 883 Akelu Grotancan with the restrictions level 80 and level 130, and that is what we have down here as well. Okay, perfect. So that's all done. And with that we are basically set up. Let's see if they've sent us a load sheet already. Well, pre-departure clearance, request received, stand by. But unless we get something here on the CPDLCs, I know that it isn't working on VATSIM. For that reason, let's revert to voice procedures and request the clearance via voice. That might be our best option. So 1 to 1.85.
Clear to your destination, Vienna, by the Alpha 14 departure, initial climb for 1000 squawk 1000. Cleared on the Alpha 4 Zulu off runway 24 inch climb.
And in the comments, BLK Missile is asking, hello Emmanuel, what is your favorite fighter jet? To be honest, I don't know. I guess the one that I'm not seeing next to my window.
No worries, Terrorian 354, thank you.
Luxembourg delivery, good evening. Air France 7908 Golf, no ATIS available, request clearance to Marseille.
Air France 798 Golf, indeed no ATIS available, cleared to Marseille via the Crosston Kien to Romeo departure number 4, initial climb 4000, set squawk 1000.
Air France 798 Golf, cleared to Marseille, Grotancan to Romeo departure, runway 24, climb 4000 feet, squawk 1000.
Of course, 798 Golf, revert back south to Pushback.
Startup approved Wilco, Air France 798 Golf. Okay, that's 4,000 feet. Gros Tankon to Romeo, and that's confirmed. Squawk 1,000. Startup approved, he said. Okay, cool. So that's 2.8 tons of fuel. That's fine for me. Alright then. So go ahead and lead the briefing, please. So Captain's gonna start this time, as he's the PM now. Luxembourg 24, Gros Tankon to Romeo departure, climbing altitude 4,000 feet, and the MSA around 4,000 is going to keep us safe. In terms of extra fuel, we are carrying 200 kilograms / 5 minutes. Okay, no hotspots for the taxi and for the SID as well. Emergencies, if we have to, we proceed on the runway track towards Luxembourg X2, climbing 4,000. That's going to keep us safe, and that's in secondary as well as in the fixed page. Immediate return is possible. We are underneath the maximum landing weight, even though just, but the runway is 4 kilometers long. Okay, I don't have any specials, and that's it already. Do you see any threats for the departure? No? Okay.
Yeah, we just fetched the information hotel. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go ahead and start up the APU. In the meantime, we can also get GSX to prepare ourselves for the pushback.
Delivery is here in
like so.
hotel as well, we are ready to taxi.
Okay, cool. Then let's do the checklist, please. Hello, please confirm doors hatches closed, ground equipment removed, and purpose pin is installed. Okay, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 6,100 kilogram balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRs. Nav, barrel ref, QNH 1007. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, company message. That is hopefully going to be our load sheet. And that is indeed our load sheet. Okay, that's in compliance with edition number 1. That's gonna make our life easier. So 61.1. And 31.5. Well, we have that already. Okay, 67 tons. Yep, that matches. And 29.9 is our CG. So that is a trim of, let's see, 0.3 down. Alright, like so. Perfect. Then we are good to go. Okay, APU avail. Then our ground equipment can go, and with that we are ready for push. Okay, brake set, that's a good idea indeed. Okay, perfect. Air France 798 Golf, request pushback.
Air France 798 Golf, Charlie.
More Charlie, 798 Golf. Man, stupid Phoenix. Auto should give what the controller needs on the ground. Only in standby it should be off. That's something they can definitely improve there. With auto, you are going to be visible.
Startup approved, report ready for taxi, 3 go. And if on 798 Golf, contact tower 108.1 for pushback.
118.1, Air France 798 Golf, au revoir. Okay, 118.1.
Okay,
Luxembourg Tower, bonsoir, Air France 798 Golf, Alpha 12, request pushback.
Air France 798 Golf, Luxembourg Tower, bonsoir, pushback approved facing east.
Pushback approved facing east, Air France 798 Golf. Can we make that facing west, as that's the only thing GSX has?
around 7 minutes.
Ah, no,
8
I'm stupid.
Golf, Roger, pushback to 59.
Point 79 Golf, pushback approved, and sorry, I'm stupid. Facing east is possible.
Taking Ghana from 798 Golf.
Facing east, sorry.
907 November Hotel, il n'est obligé de faire un nourriture.
Okay, cool. Before start checklist.
417, line up and wait, 10
Park and brake. Set. Takeoff speeds and thrusts. 153, 153, 156. Flag 61. Windows closed. Beacon on. Before start checklist complete. Okay, come on GSX, your turn. You can do it. I know you can do it. Well, I hope you can do it.
Zulu 9er via Bravo 1 and Alpha.
Zulu 9 Bravo 1 and Alpha, cargo do Fenix 00.
Cuba 417, wind 250 degrees, 12 knots from the 24 takeoff, no delay.
And Cuba, in regards to the transponder, well, yes, it is VATSIM that only has standby in Charlie, but for that very reason, if all the controllers treat mode Alpha as mode Charlie, then when it's in auto, where the real one would send mode Alpha, then it should send mode Charlie, as that is what VATSIM is aiming for. You know, it might be easy to say that, yeah, on and on equals Charlie and everything else will send standby, but that means that the operation of the unit is different from real life now. So, in my opinion, that is not a very good thing to do. Alright then, good. Let's go ahead and start engine number 2.
Good evening,
Engine 2 start.
Good evening, Luxembourg Tower, Cargo CAC, ILS 24.
Target 383 Luxembourg Tower, hello, VGC 160 not disabled.
And Metal Eye, is code 1000 a common thing in Europe?
Target 383 number 2.
Yes and no. Okay, brake set. Yes and no. The Squawk 1000 is used in certain regions of the world when in order to minimize the amount of squawks needed. But to be honest, I've never had it a single time in real life. Not when flying to Frankfurt, which is where they are allowed to use it, and not when flying into any other German airports, many of which they are not even allowed to use Squawk 1000. On VATSIM they just use it for everything, and the way they use it on VATSIM is not realistic. However, it is realistic that Squawk 1000 is a mode which can be used commonly across many different aircraft in the same airspace. The reason they're doing that is because many radar stations nowadays are able to identify the aircraft based on the call sign that they send out. So, you know, if put a call sign in here and the transponder is using that call sign facility, and the ATC is then able to identify us based on the call sign and not based on the squawk. And for that reason, they use Squawk 1000 then, in order to minimize the amount of squawks needed in operation. So with that they can handle more aircraft without more sophisticated transponder equipment. However, ATC needs to be equipped in order to be able to do that, and a lot of ATC isn't equipped to do it. So in Germany it's only 7 airports, and many big airports, like for example Cologne, are not equipped to do it. However, on VATSIM they do it nonetheless. Okay, anyway, that much about that little lecture. So, after start checklist, anti-ice, off, ecam status, check, pitch trim, 30%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Flight control check. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral.
Brilliant 35 Golf for taxi, please.
Brilliant 35 Golf, hello, taxi to holding point Charlie via Bravo 1, lead way 2737, passing from right to left.
60 Charlie, via Bravo 1, give way to the 737 from the right, rolling stream of
Air France 798 Golf, request taxi.
Air France 798 Golf taxi to rolling point Charlie via Bravo 1, QNH 07.
Taxi holding point Charlie via Bravo 1, QNH 1007, Air France 798 Golf. Okay, so Charlie Bravo 1, that means going out to the right hand side.
Bravo 383, welcome to Luxembourg, taxi to Pendular via Bravo
Yep,
1
and then Charlie is exactly in front of us. Okay, wait a moment. We cannot do that. Air France 798 Golf, we are unable to depart from Charlie, we need the full length.
Standby, Air France 10 Romeo Delta, wind 250 degrees, 10, correction 12 knots, runway 24.
The problem is the runway itself is more than long enough. However, we don't have any data available in here.
798 Golf, Roger, taxi to rolling point Alpha 2 via Bravo 1 Alpha QNH 1007.
Taxi Alpha 2 via Bravo 1 Alpha QNH 1007, Air France 798 Golf. Okay, that's better.
Good evening, Lufthansa 8, thank you,
Cool.
Alpha ILS, runway 24.
So, with that settled, Bravo 1 is probably at the end. Okay, so we go straight, then out via Lima 1, left on Alpha. Not sure where Bravo 1 comes from, I don't know Bravo 1 on here. Oh, here it is, Bravo 1. Okay, so Lima 1, Alpha. That's basically
about 5 to 10 minutes left.
what it is. Okay, cool. So, brakes off.
So the 383 give way to the
Brake check.
regional jet.
Pressure 0. Clear right, clear left. Okay, that's Lima 2. We don't want to take that.
Romeo Delta, welcome to Luxembourg, vacate right, enable taxi from Alpha 6 via Bravo 1.
Vacating enable Alpha 6 via Bravo 1, Air France 10 Romeo Delta.
Okay, so we go out here and then first to the right and then first left to the full length.
Alpha 8 Yankee, Alpha wind 250 degrees, 10 knots, runway 24, Cape Canaveral.
Just land runway 24, Lufthansa 8, thank you.
And Andy has gifted 5 737NG driver memberships. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the new members.
Luxembourg Tower, hello, continue approach runway 24, number 2, wind 240 degrees, 12 knots.
Number 2, continue approach, taxi 1,
Okay, and here we go. So, that is at least 2 aircraft on the holding point up there. Okay, there's the incoming. There's the 747 up there, even though I'm not sure what he's doing on that taxiway. Certainly he's not going to fit behind those aircraft over here. Okay, lovely. The British is blocking everything. Perfect. Well, I can't be bothered, I'm going aside. In real life, we would absolutely not do that. However, in the simulator, I do not really care. Okay, that's our wingtip. We should be more than clear enough, yeah. We are. Okay, that's alright. Cool, then. Let's get going. Two aircraft still on the ground over here, landing and taking off on the same runway, so we don't need a taxi too fast. I have a feeling it's gonna take a little while anyway. In the meantime, no changes to the takeoff briefing. That, well no, that, and that. Okay, then we just gotta wait for the cabin to be ready and then we can run the checklist. So those red lights in the front up there are not an aircraft, that is good.
Alpha 14 via Bravo 1.
Alpha 14 via Bravo 1, right when able, Lufthansa 8, thank you.
So let's turn that stuff down a little bit. Okay, that's the Cat 2 holding point. We're clear to cross that. And then Alpha 2. Just to confirm that once more. Okay, Alpha 2 is not the complete full length, but the first one of the two. But that is fine for me. Oh, interesting. That guy was about over the number when he just got his landing clearance. Okay, so Alpha 2 is to the right. And we can take that. Technically speaking, we couldn't even take that, just because we don't have any intersection departure figures in here. But I'm happy with it. I mean, it's 4 kilometers over runway for an A320.
Transport 612, Luxembourg Tower, hello, continue approaching number 3, wind 250 degrees 11.
Okay, cabin is ready, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked, flap setting. Config 2, radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine mode selector.
All departures,
norm.
3 more arrivals, and then you'll all be free to go.
Oh no. Okay, HECAM memo, takeoff no blue, taxi checks complete. So he says 3 more arrivals, that is 4 minutes plus 2 departures, another 4, so 8 minutes until we can depart. Okay, so we've got to sit on the ground here for 8 minutes. It is what it is, but that's exactly why I took a little bit of extra taxi fuel there. Because I kind of suspected something like this to happen.
Make sure Luxembourg Tower, hello, continue approaching number 3, wind 250 degrees 11.
So I just sent a message to the controller asking if they have any plans to extend the event a little bit, because I just don't see how it is possible. We were among the first to depart Marseille when the event started, and even with that in mind, it's just going to be impossible to make it within 3 hours of the event to get back to Marseille. But at least he is making people depart again. So that is hopefully going to help it a little bit. But yeah, I see we can already increase our cost index a bit. You know what, we're gonna make it 150. That's about the highest we can reasonably fly the airplane. Metal Eye. Well, see you next time, my friends. And that typing speed, come on, that is just normal. My keyboard makes it sound quicker than it actually is. Okay, that is the French post. That's ASL, I believe. Prime Air for sure. well, Prime Air on the livery, but the operator is a different one. Okay.
Flying 2 Foxtrot uniform, stand Victor 10.
Nordic Aviation, did I get the chance to fly the Max? Yes, I did. I did fly the Max. I'll tell you en route. Because I just want to take a little bit, more time to get the thing going. And Philip, does the A320 go automatically from track FPA to climb and nav if you put takeoff thrust? Yeah, absolutely.
16 Lima X-ray, wind 250 degrees 1 off, runway 24 clear climb.
However, we can change it over as well now.
Around 708 Golf, traffic is an A320, 2 miles final report inside.
Traffic inside, France 798 Golf.
Around 708 Golf, behind, landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 24 behind.
Air France 798 Golf behind, landing traffic, line up and wait, runway 24 behind. Wow, that was exactly by the book. That's how you do it. Traffic is inside, after him we'll line up, so I'll keep the landing and taxi lights off so that we don't confuse the pilot over there. Cabin crew, prepare for departure.
Traffic.
The 405, a firm, you can contact on your own.
Okay, he is going, and then 120875 is our departure frequency.
Swift 352, correction, 3270, wind 150 degrees 1 off, runway 24, continue approach, your number 2.
Number 2, 3270.
So 160 make sure, welcome to Luxembourg, take right to enable. High speed approach.
Okay, lineup checklist. So, takeoff runway 24 full length, TCAS, Tara, PAX 1 and 2 on, lineup checklist complete. In case you're wondering about that sound in the background, by the way, that is my VPilot sound when I'm receiving a message from the air traffic controller. Okay, that traffic is really close in there at 2.5 miles. Come on.
To make sure they get high speed approval of lately. Around 798 Golf and 240, correction 250 degrees 11 off, runway 24, clear takeoff in the lake.
Runway 24, clear for takeoff, Air France 798 Golf, we're rolling. Okay. Takeoff. Man flag 61 SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots. V1 rotate.
It's 3270, wind 250 degrees 11 off, runway 24, clear.
Positive climb. Gear up. Man, that was tight. Nav. Oh shit, the guy behind us is going around.
Correction, 3270, roger, follow me to correction, actually it's on right, heading 340, contact departure, fine.
Right heading 2.
Okay, let's closely monitor the TCAS now. Thrust line climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Speed check, flap 1. Okay, let's go over to departure. Black smoke hello, Air France 798 Golf, passing 3000, climbing 4000. Okay. Autopilot 2.
Lower front 798 Golf, increased rate of descent, bend climb, flight level 60.
Air France 798 Golf, best rate of climb, flight level 60. Okay, automatics off. But that is about all I can give him. Okay, open climb. Thrust climb, auto thrust. Okay, but for the left turn I need to reduce my rate of climb again. At least maintain the speed, because the problem is we are like 20 knots below the S speed now. Actually, you know what? Flaps 2. Let's get him out again. But we are clear of the traffic now. Okay, 1,000 to go. Okay, with the flaps out we can also increase the bank again. Well, that was interesting. Okay, now flaps 1. Okay, set standard. Flap 0. Speed old star.
Advance 942, turn left heading 300.
Let's say 300.
Okay, autopilot 2. Well, that was interesting. So let's clean the airplane up. Then let's see, have we missed? Air France 798 Golf, climb flight level 80. Vertical speed, alt flight level 80 blue. Approaching. Okay, so. Well, you know what? We're going to continue flying it like this for now. Okay, 1,000 to go. Okay, there's oncoming traffic there as well.
Heading right, heading 060 and descend to flight level 06. France 21 Victor, Tango, turn left, heading 340.
340 on the heading, 21 Victor signal.
So let's just get out of this airspace, and when we're out of this, we're going to talk about the situation we just had. I just want to be sure that nothing else is going to mess up now. Because in real life, when something like this happens, and the controller gets, you know, emotionally aroused, to call it like that, all-star, then the controller might easily be replaced by his backup. But on VATSIM they can't do that, so there's the other traffic. So just in order to avoid anything stupid happening, I am going to keep things calm and quiet, halt. Just to ensure that something like this is not repeating. So that's gonna get interesting with the flight level 130 restriction at Akelu. Probably not going to be able to make that.
Expedite 90.
And just to be sure, it is an above restriction, I suppose. Yeah, it is 130 above. If unable to comply, advise ATC. Yeah, well. He is busy, and if he's not clearing us higher, then he knows as well. So for that reason, I'm not advising ATC. That's, you know, that's just to keep the frequency clean. I'm not telling air traffic control right now because he knows that I'm not clear to climb higher, so he knows that I can't make 5,000 feet in 2.5 miles. Okay, so passing Akelu, we're certainly below that, but so be it.
Left 300, speed 250, advance 200 meter take.
Press 940, speed 250. France 798 Golf, climb flight level 130, my apologies.
Air France 798 Golf, climb flight level 130, no worries.
France 798 Golf, contact climb 128.3, bye bye.
128.3, Air France 798 Golf, bye bye.
Lufthansa 28 Tango Yankee, turn left heading 060, speed 210 knots.
Left 060 on speed 210 knots, 200 meters.
Okay, so thrust climb alt flight level 130 blue.
Airline 72 Romeo, climb flight level 300.
Let's quickly log on to CPDLC as well.
Ryanair 77 request
descent.
Ryanair 727, descent flight level 160 to be leveled by Lima X-ray 887.
Notify.
So was it 120 by Lima X-ray 887?
So, passing 10.
160.
Seems calm to me. Let's release the
160,
passengers.
Ryanair 727.
Arms, bonsoir. Air France 798 Golf, level 104, climbing 130.
Air France 78 Golf, bonjour, climb flight level 310, final level.
Climb flight level 310, final level, Air France 798 Golf. Okay, that's flight level 310 blue.
Easy 76 Romeo Zulu, contact Swiss radar.
And if he says that's final, then we'll make that final.
134325.
134, 325, thank you.
Okay, that's that. So let's clean up that FMS. So if he says 310 is final, then so be it. The good thing about 310 final is that the airplane is flying faster at that altitude. Air France 798 Golf, any chance to proceed direct Giulia or 2 romp?
Condor 34 Quebec, you may proceed direct with 1 Gilead.
And just confirm that was Air France 798 Golf calling.
Hey Fab, as soon as I have a shortcut, I'll give you one.
Roger.
Einräder, guten Abend. Fraction 52 Echo, flight level.
No, that's not Rheinräder, that's Rams, my friend.
52 Echo, Rams.
Okay, so
bonjour.
now we're basically set with everything we need. Let's see, arrival time is 22, so 22 minutes past the event. But let's see if there's anything we can cut short. Doesn't really look like it, huh?
Nothing further at this time.
Pretty straight in. No. Maybe we can cut something short here, but that's only get most of 5 minutes off, if at all. So for that reason I don't really see that feasible, so we're going to arrive a little bit after the event, unfortunately. Well, so be it. Okay, then, let's quickly talk a little bit about what just happened on the departure. Basically, on that single runway operation that they are doing in Luxembourg, they really are trying to drive the runway to the maximum capacity. Now, we got our takeoff clearance when the inbound arrival was approximately 2.5 miles out. Now, I took off as expeditiously as it was possible. Now, in the UK, in Stansted or Heathrow, for example, it is quite normal that you get a takeoff clearance when the inbound is 2.5 miles out, so it can work, but obviously it is going to depend quite a bit on what is actually going on. So if the inbound airplane, for example, is a heavy 747 freighter, then it might have an approach speed of about 160 knots. That's not going to work. But if you've got something like an A320 or a 737 or something inbound, then those are actually going to be able to fly those speed, a speed around 140, 150 knots maximum, where you can actually do something like this, where you get a takeoff clearance at, like, you know, 2.5 miles out. So I did have a look on the TCAS on our departure. Now I'm sure some of you are going to review it after the live stream, and having a look at that TCAS, it looked like the inbound was about 200 feet above us. So he would just about be passing through the minimum by the time he initiated the go-around. Now, here is something that many flight simmers might or might not be aware of. If the controller tells you to expect the late landing clearance, then you can continue through your minimum all the way to the runway threshold. You just need to make sure not to touch the runway on that go-around. What we would normally do in a case like this, and believe me, it happened more than often enough to me, what we would normally do in a case like this is we would be looking ahead at the airplane and see what it's doing on the runway. Direct Julia, Air France 798 Golf, merci. So, direct Julia, that's going to take a minute off as well. Insert, thank you. Let's see, what's the new arrival time? Still 22. But well, we are trying. Okay, so when I'm the landing traffic and the preceding is still on takeoff run, then there's two things that I would consider in this kind of situation. The first one is looking at the preceding aircraft and looking at it taking off. You know, as long as you don't see it rejecting the takeoff, chances are that it is safer to continue the approach than to go around. Because remember what happens when you go around. You pull the nose up and you are rather slow because you are still at your approach speed. The other aircraft that went airborne, however, is going to maintain something like V2 to V2 plus 15 or maybe V2 plus 20. So in other words, the speeds of the two consecutive aircraft are very similar to one another. So in a case like this, if I do a go-around, then I lose the preceding airplane out of my view, and therefore I basically need to rely on TCAS in order to prevent a collision, or obviously on the air traffic controller. However, TCAS isn't very accurate in real life, at least in terms of showing the position of the other on your navigation display. The TCAS display is updated only like once a second, and aircraft can shift left to right by like half a mile or so between each of those updates. So the TCAS display isn't exactly as accurate in real life as it is in the simulator here. So for that reason, TCAS is not really a usable tool to monitor the position of the other aircraft. Also, below 1,000 feet, the resolution advisories are inhibited anyway. For that reason, neither the departing nor the arriving aircraft is going to receive a resolution advisory, meaning that both aircraft are going to be climbing onto one another without having a layer of protection. For that reason, if I have a situation like this one, where it is obvious that the controller is trying to get me in behind the arriving aircraft, if I have a situation like this, and I'm flying through my minimums, I would absolutely continue the approach, and even if I am about to pass the runway threshold, I would still continue the approach. And if I see the other guy is rotating already, or if I just see that the other guy is, you know, safely on the takeoff run, even without a landing clearance, I would just land the airplane. Sure enough, it is going to generate a little bit of paperwork in the aftermath, but rest assured, it is the safer option. due to all the dangers that might come up when you are going around like that.
Who's requesting lower?
So that is pretty much my thoughts on that previous situation. Alright, so, yeah, that is pretty much the, yeah, that's pretty much the situation we had on the departure. Okay, so now it is time to answer a couple of your questions up there. And the first one I see there from Something Unpredictable. Do you find the Fenix EFB takeoff performance calculator to give accurate numbers? For me it always seems it gives me V-speeds that are too low. Well, yeah, it mostly gives you accurate numbers. I did actually run a couple of calculations where I ran the Airbus Fly Smart app against the Fenix app, and it did turn out to be roughly the same. Now, there is one difference there, and that is how the Fenix calculates the V1 and VR, because it basically uses balanced field length numbers. Now, airlines don't necessarily do that. A lot of times when you do your takeoff performance, you simply get a range of V1 speeds, like for example V1 between 130 and 153. On a long runway like we just had it, that would certainly be the case. Now what the Fenix is doing, it's trying to go for a balanced field, and for that reason, with a takeoff weight that was just about here 68 tons, we got takeoff speeds in the 150s. Now, that would probably not happen in real life. In real life, it would give you a lower V1 and then a lower VR and V2 as well. However, if you actually go for a balanced field, then I do find the numbers of the Fenix to be quite accurate, yes. And Phil, yes, exactly like in the toeless Airbuses. And Spider, so when ATC tells you to go around, you can just say negative. No, but if ATC tells me to go around, then they would include an instruction to get me clear of that departing traffic as well. So, let's say in the preceding situation that we just had on our departure here, ATC would have instructed the traffic at the rear to go around. If that happened, then the go-around instruction would have included a heading basically like the controller did when the pilot reported that he was going around. So when the pilot reported the go-around, the controller instructed a heading 30 degrees off, so that the approaching aircraft and us as departing aircraft would be clear of one another. And if the controller had chosen to give the go-around earlier, then he would have done exactly the same. Now, during the entire takeoff run, seeing the position of that aircraft, I was mentally already going through the reject the takeoff procedures, because, you know, I kinda expected to get that reject instruction and the other guy to get a go-around instruction. Phil, which V1 speed do you take then? Yeah, that is a rather lengthy explanation, which I'll try to put very short here. So, usually I go for the highest V1 that I'm offered. The reason for that is that unless you've really got a slippery runway where stopping the airplane might be an issue in case of reject the takeoff, the highest V1 usually gives you the best performance. What do I mean with that? Well, think about it this way. Let's say you have a V1 range from 130 to 150 knots. Now, if you reject the takeoff at 150, because the engine failure happens just before V1, then you are obviously going to use a little bit more runway than if you reject the takeoff at 130 because you chose the lower V1. However, think of what happens with an engine failure at 131 knots. If you had chosen the lowest of the V1 speed, so if you had chosen 130, and then an engine failure happens at 131, then you need to accelerate on the runway on a single engine because you cannot abort the takeoff anymore. And that means that you will be a lot lower over the end of the runway than you would be if you chose the higher V1. Because you can stop on that runway, that is assured, if you reject the takeoff by V1. The only reason, or the only situation where I would go for the low V1 is if you've got a slippery runway or something the likes. Because I don't necessarily want to stop with a runway that is contaminated or that is slippery when wet and is actually wet. I don't want to stop with only a couple meters of stop margin then, because there might always be that situation that the runway is a bit more slippery than what you've actually calculated. So that's a bit of a problem that you might encounter there. However, for the entire other situations, always go for the higher V1, because the benefits of a little bit less stop margin in case you reject the takeoff compared to being much lower in case you continue, in case of an engine failure at V1 with the lowest possible V1, the safety margins are just much greater. So, Zanko 100, hello Captain, any plans to test the freeware fly-by-wire A320neo DEF version in the coming days? Maybe. I haven't decided yet, because I do have quite some other things I need to have a look into. And, yeah, I'll look into it, but I just can't promise when. Then Bonner, is the 737 MAX for X-Plane 12 accurate and realistic? I haven't flown it yet.
My apologies. Contact Amsterdam.
In fact, until I read your message, I didn't even know there was a MAX for X-Plane 12. I know that there is the iFly 737 MAX, Altstar and Mach by the way, for P3D, but I haven't used that one. I only saw a couple videos, Mach Altstar, Mach Alt Cruise. I only saw a couple videos on the iFly, and to be honest, it didn't really convince me. However, I'm happy to give it a try on my own once it comes out for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Frequency 134.325, over.
And Abdul Abbas, can't wait for the Fenix IAE engines. Yep, same here. Really looking forward to them. And then Bonner, you asked a little bit earlier if I'm flying to Vancouver. To be honest, I don't know. I haven't seen the winter flight plan yet. Pardon, say again, Air France 798 Golf?
Air France 798 Golf, contact Swiss radar 134.325, au revoir.
134.325, Air France 798 Golf, au revoir.
Ryanair 35 Romeo Tango, contact Luxembourg arrivals 120.875.
Swiss radar, good evening, Air France 798 Golf, flight level 310 in Mount Gilead.
798 Golf, Swiss radar, hello, identified, direct Balzi.
Direct Balzi, Air France 798 Golf. Okay, Balzi. So, let's see if that's changed anything. No, arrival still at 22. Top of descent in 140 miles, so we got a little bit more time. That is alright. And Captain Lars, would it be a good idea to use toga thrust to expedite the takeoff due to the landing traffic? No, not really. The landing traffic isn't really your problem. Don't jeopardize your own safety margins because of that. Toga isn't going to do much of a difference. It's only going to be a couple seconds, and if those couple seconds really matter, then, you know, then air traffic control has messed something up by not giving a go-around instruction earlier. Now, what is important to note here as well, if the guy in the back is going around, then chances are he is very light and has a lot of thrust. And both of them combined means that he is going to climb rather well. Now, if you've done a proper takeoff calculation, and you are using your flex takeoff as you've calculated, then you are probably not going to climb as good as the guy going around. So if you actually go for toga, you're going to climb much better, and it would increase chances that you are going to collide. That would be my reasoning for not doing that. And Bonner, yeah, Vancouver is such a nice airport to fly into. The Rockies are just breathtaking. I do fully agree, but we fly to Salt Lake, so I do get my fair share of Rockies, and the same goes for Calgary. So I do get to see my Rocky Mountains. And Pijo has been asking earlier, I didn't catch that, did you switch from the 737 to the A330 in real life? Yes, I did. Okay, so let's have a very quick look. Let's have a very quick look into the arrival already. I don't know which star to expect, to be honest. It really could be both. We also still got a company message here. We might check that real quick. Well, that's... Okay, operations, sent delay for 10 minutes. Yeah, what are we gonna tell them? So, 10 minutes. What can we blame that on? I'll put it on a late inbound flight, OAD. Because we really couldn't have done the turnaround much faster. So I'll just blame it on, you know, we arrived a little bit late, and that's why we departed a little bit later as well. Okay, apart from that, we had a couple of messages here. That's the messages I wrote with the controller. Okay, ADC receive. Because I did send the controller a message asking if the French ATC might stay online a little bit longer because of the departure delays, but we didn't really figure out the solution, so I just left it at that. Okay, apart from that, let's go ahead and grab the latest weather. LFML. I'll go for Mater and Tough, please. Send request. Well, that isn't working, so that is working. Weather data 290 at 22, Kavok 19 degrees 1012, temporary gusts at 25, but more or less down the runway, so nothing to worry about. 1012, we can pre-select that. Okay, cool. So, I suppose asking Swiss which arrival to expect isn't going to lead us anywhere, so we'll get that from Marseille when we call them next up. Let's see, 53, so they will still be online. Yeah, should be good enough. And it's all we can do now anyway. But let's see, maybe a look in the charts is going to give us an idea as to what to expect. So, that's the Delta arrivals. I mean, that looks pretty much like something I would expect from the French. What else do we have? Romeo. I tell you what, this one looks even more like what I would expect from the French. I think it's gonna be this one. I think it's gonna be the Romeo. Then, Arnav initial approach, runway 31. From Dolive only, okay. But we are not looking for that. We are looking for... I suppose, can you fly this from Dolive? Let's see that once more. No, this one ends at Rixi. Do we have any charts for that? Oh, so that's all runway 13. That is runway 31. And I think that's all we have for runway 31.
1334 when ready to...
They might of course give us radar vectors as well, but I think I'm going to stay with what I have in the box right now. And I'll just use the secondary flight plan to prepare the other arrival. So let's take the Balti 1 Romeo in here. And see that one once more. So that's going over Rixi. Do we have a transition from there? No, we don't. Okay. Yeah, then it's probably going to be the Delta arrival. I'll just keep it in the way it is right now. And the rest of it we'll have a look at a little bit later. I think that should be fine. And Bonner, hopefully we get the Aerosoft A330 in October, but considering their reputation by now, I don't know when it will happen. I tell you honestly, I don't expect to get the Aerosoft this year. Or if we get it, I expect it to be super buggy. So, yeah. And Konali, when you just flew their Balti 1 Delta with the Dolive transition. Yeah, perfect. Then we'll go with that. And that mode, holy airspeed on the limit. Yeah, it is.
798 Golf, contact Marseille 128.325, bye-bye.
128.325, Air France 798 Golf, bye-bye. Marseille, bonjour, Air France 798 Golf, flight level 310 inbound Balti.
Air France 798 Golf, Marseille, control, bonsoir, cleared Balti 1 Delta, arrival.
Balti 1 Delta arrival, Air France 798 Golf. You know what? He seems to be not quite busy. Air France 798 Golf request.
Go ahead.
Just wondering, do you guys plan to stay online a little bit longer than on the hour?
We have been online for about 3 hours, so I don't really know if we will do extra time. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I departed at the very beginning of the event, but it just wasn't possible to fly both sectors in the time of the event. That's why I'm asking.
We'll do our best to do extra time, but I can't show that.
Merci beaucoup. Yeah, okay, we'll see. We're flying as fast as possible. There's literally nothing more that we can do, so that's really it. Okay then, let's go ahead with our tasks. So Balti 1 Delta it is with the RNAV initial approach, and then it's going to be an ILS Zulu runway 31 right. Unfortunately it's nighttime. That means we can't simply do a visual approach, because normally that is what I would just do, you know. You could easily cut like 10 minutes off if you just went in visual down here, but we can only do that in daylight conditions, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, let's go ahead and go over this. So, Balti Mike Lima 500 below level 290. Then we've got Courier, Elrun, and Sauerk. That's an interesting one to pronounce. So Courier, L1, Sauerk, and that one is above flight level 150, and then on towards Dolive, and that is what we have in here indeed.
7, Mach 0.78.
0.78.
Okay, so our routing then is going to be Dolive, Venta, Lacasse at flight level 80. So we've got Dolive, Venta, Lacasse, and that is above level 80. Fair enough for me. Then Ibili, 230 knots, 5000. That's what we have. And then via Elriff, Madra, 200 knots, 4000. So we've got Elriff, Madra, 200 knots, 4000. Then on towards Pomac. And that is 200 knots and 3000. So 200 knots, 3000. Well, that's interesting, switching from one chart to the other, to the other, to the other. But yeah, that looks pretty French. Okay, so from Romek we go inbound. 2 miles from Mike Romeo Mike. That's the 177 Bravo point. And from there we join the final approach. The final approach starting in 2000, 4.6 miles out. So that's got to be the Charlie India over here. So 4-degree glide slope, and indeed that's what it is, 4 degrees. Cool. So we're doing something a little bit more interesting today. Yeah. Missed approach. Straight ahead, 3.5 Mike Papa Victor, left Max 185, intercept radio 018 outbound. Oh, sorry, 018 inbound to Martigues. Climb to 4000 and follow a radial towards Lipsu. Okay, so we've got the delta point, Martigues, Lipsu, and 4000, that's it. Perfect, we can do that. Even though this is certainly not what I expect to happen, we need to start the turn immediately over here. Anyway, Mike Tango Golf going active in both. And then we can also put Mike Alpha Romeo active into the ADF, and then we can switch him around as we need him. Cool, so then we'll use ADF1 VOR2 like that, and we need the 198 inbound, 175 outbound. So let's make it 198 on that side and 175 on that side. Okay, runway 31 right is in already. Descent speed, that is really the maximum we can fly. And I am actually going to reduce it just slightly, 330 knots please. Okay, perfect. So 1012. Temperature 19 and the wind, I don't remember. Let's grab the latest. So that's 290 at 22. Okay, perfect. That's what we need. Minimums 352. And in terms of go around, in case of engine failure, 3500 will be the acceleration altitude. And that's it. Right, fuel prediction looks good. 10 minutes extra still, even with the slightly faster speed. And then let's have a look into our landing runway. So we've got runway 31 right and vacated, well, 3,400 meters, delta 4, but that's a lengthy displaced threshold over there. So yeah, I'd say we probably go out delta 2 or something the likes. But you know what, it's the last landing of the day, so let's see if delta 4 is possible. So 31 right, dry, we'll take this. So landing weight, that's 61.1 plus 2.8, so that's 63.9. Let's just calculate 64. Well, you know what? Let's make 63.9. Okay. Medium auto brake. Idle reverse. Auto thrust on. Flaps full. Manual. 1500. Yeah. You know what? That's gonna be good enough. Okay, perfect. All we need.
Contract 1 on the X-ray request all frequency 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. So that should be pretty much everything we need to do over here. And Circles Gaming, thank you so much for the 1999 donation. I can't believe I almost missed your live streaming, my friend. Something doesn't seem right though. Oh yeah, you're an Airbus. Oh, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. And Circles Gaming, I've been enjoying your Airbus videos. Picked up a lot of tips for being a better pilot on the Phoenix.
798 goes down left direct Elrün.
Left direct Elrün, Air France 79 Golf, merci. Okay, direct to Elrün. That top of descent doesn't seem particularly right to me. Actually, yeah, it might be. Let's see, 73 to Elrün, 174 in total. Nah, that's a bit high. Let's say we want Sarek to be actually... Yeah, you know what, level 200 over Sarek seems alright. Unless they slow us down, then it's gonna mess us over. So you know what, let's make that level 150 at Sarek, and that should have us covered. Top of descent is a little bit earlier now. They're probably going to make us descend early. Anyway. And then Phil is asking, do you fly that fast in reality, apart from the economy? I mean, direct at the VMAX speed. And normally we'd keep a couple knots apart from that. So normally we would fly something like, you know, 8.2 is maximum in here, so we'd go something like 0.80. So keep like 0.02 distance. Doesn't make too much of a difference, but you know, it's a calm day today, so that's not too much of a problem either. Also, you note that the overspeed warning is only going to come on over here where the green sign is, so if we go a tiny bit into this, you know, it's not too bad. Alright, so the pilot monitoring had his time to review the flight plan now, so let's go ahead and start our approach briefing. And as always, pilot monitoring is going to lead the briefing, so let's quickly change over to the captain's seat. So, Mora for the arrival, 4000 is going to keep us safe. We're inbound Elrün for the Balzi 1 Delta arrival. It's going to be an RNAV approach on runway... sorry, it's going to be an ILS approach on runway 31 right. The minimum is going to be at 352, and the go-around trajectory straight at 3.5 miles outbound, and then we make that left turn towards Martigues, and thereafter Lipsu, climbing 4000. Extra fuel and time is 4 minutes, based on 200 kilogram. Now I just gotta quickly check something.
Descent flight level 250.
Left turn direct to Elrün and...
Okay, that is the ILS chart. Okay, perfect. For some reason I had in mind that I've selected the RNAV, but no, it is the ILS. Good. Okay, cool. So, guidance for the approach is going to be localizer and glide slope, landing flaps full, stop margin, more than plenty. Reversers will be an idle, auto brakes medium, and the planned runway exit is hopefully the first one. If we can't make that, we are going to take the second one. Hotspots for taxi in, well, I don't really see any, honestly. Special operations, we are flying quite fast, even though I have slightly reduced the descent speed already towards 330 knots, so that we don't overspeed straight away. So, threats for the arrival, well, the apron is rather congested, so I always have a bit of problems navigating on that apron. In other words, we are going to keep it nice and easy, and we are going to taxi slowly in once we're actually down there. And that's the briefing complete. Any questions? No? Very good. Then let me quickly do the PA to the passengers, and that's it.
Over to Ryan 28.3.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good evening from FlightTech. This is your first officer speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and I've got a quick update on our flight's progress. We'll start our descent towards Marseille in the next few moments. Remaining flight time is approximately 20 minutes. Weather in Marseille currently light wind from the northwest and the temperature 19 degrees. We would like to thank you very much for being our guests today. Hope that you have enjoyed the flight with us, and we look forward to welcome you again on board of the next one. In the meantime, thank you very much for your attention, thank you for being our guests, and we wish you a nice and safe onward journey. Okay, that's the passengers dealt with. And then I'd say we are pretty much ready to start the descent whenever we actually reach the top of descent. Ari Santa has become a business class member for 1 month. Fun to see you live streaming. Great content on YouTube as always. Thank you very much, Ari. That's great to hear. And Taxa C, do you want more realism in the sim, or do you mind making some compromises if it makes your life easier? Well, typically, going for the realism does make the life easier. I mean, yeah, flying at, that 0.02 Mach higher, that is just because I want to really arrive as early as possible. If they go offline and I have to land on Honeycomb on the live stream, then I want to be in a position where I can say, well, I tried my best. In real life, obviously, I take it a tiny bit slower. In terms of the A330, here's what we do anyway. 150 is the highest cost index that we use on the A330. For the reason that it gives us Mach 0.83. Now, at Mach 0.83, the plane flies the highest speed where it is still somewhat economical. So, if we fly, let's take a standard 8-hour flight on the A330 as a reference. If you fly the most economical cost index, which gives you roughly Mach 0.81, okay, I'll quickly go for descent. Well, okay. So, descent flight level 150, Air France 798 Golf. Descent alt flight level 150 Blue. Why is that speed so low again? The target should be 0.82. And why is it saying 340? I changed that to 330. Didn't you see that? Something is wrong with that Fenix VNAV system. Why can I not change that? /330. Hello? Okay, that's gonna be another bug report. Well, in any case, I don't care. Come on, give me Mach 0.81. Okay, so let's continue with that fuel example. In the A330, most economical Mach number is roughly 0.81. Now, if you've got an 8-hour flight and you fly 0.82 instead of 81, you are going to use roughly 700 kilograms more fuel. If you fly 0.83, it is going to use an additional 1,200 kilograms on top of what you had extra for 0.82. So increasing from Mach 81 to Mach 83 is going to take roughly 2 tons of extra fuel. A ton of fuel currently costs something like $650, so it's roughly $1,300 for flying that bit faster. Now, on an 8-hour flight, increasing from Mach 81 to Mach 83 is going to save you roughly 15 minutes of flight time. So, those 15 minutes are going to cost the company $1,300. And you just gotta make the calculation if it's worth it. Speed? If you've got a connecting passenger that has a flight to catch, but is really tight already, then those 15 minutes might make the difference between the airline having to pay for a hotel accommodation, pay the EU 261 compensation of 600 euros on a long haul, and book the passenger on the next flight. And that can easily amount up to, you know, $1,000 or so. So a single passenger might not be worth it to fly faster, but if you've got just 2 passengers who might catch connecting flights simply because you went 0.83 instead of 0.81, then that is usually going to make up the $2,000 that you invest in, or the $1,300 that you invest in the additional fuel. And then, Circled Gaming, Emmanuel, I want Phoenix to make it so you can move the tablet to the table, so you can move it right in front of you when doing descent and takeoff preparations. That'd be great. Yeah, I fully agree, Circled Gaming. And you'll be laughing. Exactly the same thing I have suggested to PMDG as well for their tablet. Okay, so 340 knots.
Speed 250.
Speed 250, Air France 798 Golf. Oh, god darn it. Okay. Well, that is 90 knots less. Thrust idle, descent.
190.
Okay, well, that guy is like 8 miles in front of us, so yeah, it does make sense to reduce our speed now. That should be roughly cost index 0.
Marseille controller front 69er with you.
No, I don't want to select Mach 0.56, I want to select 250. Interesting, now it's got the managed speed again. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Air France 798 Golf, contact approach 120875.
120875, Air France 798 Golf. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Bye. Squad R3, Quebec, leaving Marseille and the other Marseille is closing. When it's ready, come 122.
Okay, 120875. And that's an approach, so let's see what kind of ATIS they have.
879er, to the heading, clear the ILS 21 right, meeting 180
Foxtrot.
Clear the restaurant, runway 31 right, right, via prediction is maintaining 180 until 4 DME, Ocean 879.
Foxtrot novembre, à gauche 450.
À gauche 150 sur novembre.
Alert 42, turn right heading 170, flight level 80. Right heading 170 and distance.
So let's put the seatbelts on already. Marseille approach, bonsoir, Air France 798 Golf, passing level 204, descending 150, speeds 250.
Air France 798 Golf, bonsoir, take line 231 right via 2 leave, flight level 900.
ILS Zulu 31 right via Dolive, descend flight level 90, Air France 798 Golf.
16 Romeo, clear Dolive.
Okay, flight level 90 blue. So that's what we're expecting, that's what we have planned as well. And then Sirius, seems like I'm not too happy with the Phoenix. Well, I tell you honestly, I have somewhat mixed feelings. It is a great add-on, that's out of question. But it's got some issues where I'm just asking myself like, why? You know, and that makes it somewhat of a mixed operation with the Phoenix. It surely is a great add-on, that's totally out of question. But it's got these some things that really catch you, you know? Like here, 250 knots, 2,000 feet a minute. That's, well...
Easy 12 Alpha Tango, speed 180 knots.
You know, that's just not perfect, you know? But that little more work, and I'm sure they're going to eventually have a great add-on. Like, they did make good progress with the last couple of updates, so I'm positive that they are going to do, you know, that they are going to do that little further leap needed. Okay, was that a message for us? No. And Eric, what about the 150 restriction at Sauerk? Remember it was 150 above. I manually changed that to 150 at for vertical guidance management. But if you look at the approach chart, you'll find that it was actually 150 or above. Here you have it. 150 or higher. So I just opted to reduce the speed. I figured, well, I'll just go down to vertical speed, and that would make our life easier.
Cap 100 Sierra Novembre. Ciao. Level 16 Romeo, fly heading 200.
And Konali, I had the same. They even sent me down to 200 knots indicated when I was at level 150. Yeah, I suppose that stuff happens from time to time. Luckily haven't seen that bad yet. Well, at least not today. And Bonner, the Fenix A320 IE update might drop as soon as this weekend. That would be great, huh? Oh yes, it would. It absolutely would.
Block again for Fraction 5 to Echo. Fraction 5 to Echo, expect altitude 31 to right via Tulip. Expecting ILS.
By the way, that's a great view outside, isn't it? That's a really great view. Okay, tell you what. Let's do the rest ourselves.
Did you want to have Tango turn right heading 300, I believe you said?
Left heading 330.
Left heading 330.
A little bit of hand flying surely can't hurt over here.
And air 42, turn right heading 340, clear the ILS to right.
Approaching? Checked.
Turn right heading 340.
So I told you earlier that I would tell you what that approaching call out means. Basically that's a call that my company has implemented in order to raise awareness of the speed at which you are approaching your target altitude. So 1 minute before you reach the target altitude, for as long as your vertical speed is greater than 1,000 feet a minute, we do the approaching call. Just as a reminder for the pilot flying. So, speed, vertical speed, and passing 1,000, 10,000 of course.
Fly heading 180. Level 16 Romeo 180. 112 Tango, turn left heading 300.
Yeah, that's a little too dark for my likings.
Easy 112 Tango.
I'm on 798 Golf, continue present.
continue heading 200 and flight level 8.
Air France 79 Golf, continue heading 200, descend flight level 80. So we'll start with this. Vertical speed and heading.
British 447, on left heading 300.
Left heading 300.
Okay, and since we're on a heading anyway, let's sequence the flight plan. Take the Fox India radial in, insert. Perfect. All star.
Marseille approach, good evening, easy 5678, climbing 4,500 feet to 5,000 feet.
Alt.
5678, I don't follow the line. You climb 5,000 feet, going back 4 higher. Continue climb to 5,000 feet, call back higher, easy 5678.
Okay. Let's get rid of that flight director. I'll just not activate the bird yet because we're still flying on vectors here. Even though, you know what, we can actually take it.
Apple 798 Golf, speed 210, descent altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
Air France 798 Golf, speed 210 knots, descent 5,000, QNH 1012. Okay, so speed managed. Activate approach phase.
Contact tower 123, that was 725, right there, Fox 225.
Set QNH 1012. 1012 cross check, passing 7,800.
4 hotel, fly heading.
Now. Checked. Approach checklist. Power ref, QNH 1012. Seatbelts on, minimum. Baro 352, auto brake, medium, engine mode cell, norm. Approach checklist complete.
Victor Romeo Sierra Tango, hello, expect Vector, flight at Zulu, 31 right, heading.
So let's see, how far are we going to fly? Probably going to follow all the way around here, so let's not descend too quickly.
Bird 371, you're leaving my space to further into Honeycomb 125.
They've still got quite an amount of traffic over here. That is really nice to see.
If you want 12 Patron, go to right, heading 350, clear the ILS 21 right.
If you want to Tango, turn left heading 35, turn right heading 350, cleared the ILS, runway 31 right.
British 4 hotel, turn right heading 350.
Right heading 350.
Easy 112 Tango, sorry about this. What was the heading again?
Easy 112 Tango, maintain 180 knots, 16.
Yes, what was the heading I was flying on the Easy 112 Tango?
112 Tango, yeah.
So Kelt Gaming, what was the most that I have ever hand flown on a commercial flight? Well, the complete flight.
5, 6, 7, 8, climb flight level 190.
I had a few chances where we flew in lower airspace where I could actually manually fly the entire flight. And I used those chances whenever I had them.
Fraction Master Echo descend at level 80 and request instructions after the lift. Fraction 5 to Echo, you're clear for the lift transition. Fraction 5 to Echo, clear to lift transition. Fox 1, cap 360.
Cap 360 sur novembre.
Bit Seatbelt 16 Romeo, turn left heading 090.
And by the way, the length of that flight was something in the region about an hour and 20 or so.
Richard for hotel, you are here for the island.
But then, of course, the longest flight I've ever done fully manually was 7.5 hours in a glider.
665 Charlie, turn left heading 300. Turn left heading 300, after 63 Charlie. One for Juliet, wider 5.
1,000 to go.
Lima Victor Romeo, Sierra Tango, flight level 100. You can fly 100. 5678, you're leaving Marseille, Honeycomb 128, goodbye. Honeycomb 128, bye.
Tracked.
Victor for hotel, this is altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1012. This is 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
We are going out really quite far over here. Fuel is down 2.5. Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, so we are now pretty much on the minimum. However, Marseille has 2 runways available, so that means we can commit to landing here. If we can do that, our altnet is going to become 0. That means we got
798 Golf, turn left heading 100.
turn left heading 100 Air France 798 Golf.
Seatbelt 16 Romeo, turn left heading 060.
Okay, at least we're slowly flying into the right direction again. I guess they probably haven't seen that much traffic in Marseille in a long time. Okay, heading 100, altitude 5,000. Let's just fly that a little bit more precisely, please. That looks about good. And Takeoff C, do I ever miss the sound of the trim wheel in the 737? No, not at all.
You want to have Tango established on the ILS?
In fact, I'm totally happy with how quiet the A330 actually is. You know, during pre-flight, you can normally talk to one another. In cruise, you can take the headset off. Man, it's such a nice airplane.
Fraction 5 to Echo, fly heading 200. Fraction 5 to Echo, fly heading 200.
I just totally would not want to do any of that in the 737. Okay, let's pre-select that frequency as well. When you're manually flying an airplane, especially in raw data, but even with the flight director on, you know, always try to use the periods where you have little workload in order to work ahead for pretty much anything. So we're following that guy here, 12 miles behind him. That's quite a large gap he's created for us. But looking at this, he's probably got some 10 miles in between them as well, so... Air France 798 Golf, turn left heading 070. Took me longer to set the heading than to actually turn to it. Lovely.
Take 65 Charlie on the heading nearby 35 right. Correction 31 right. The first heading here, Sierra left, 31 right, on second.
Okay, that's better. Heading 070.
On fait l'approche pour sur Air France 57 Sierra avec l'actif de renvoi, on passe 3 bouquets. Air France 57 Sierra, voyons. On poursuit à monter niveau 190, Air France 57 Sierra. Au novembre, au cap actuel, autorisé approche ILS 31 droite.
Au cap actuel, autorisé approche ILS 31 droite, Sierra Novembre.
Oh god, talking in French language on the frequency. Nasty. And Frederick, how was my change to the side stick? I'll tell you honestly, it took a maximum of 2 simulator sessions and I was totally happy with it. It's really not that much harder to fly than with a control column. Indeed, I quite prefer the side stick to be honest. It's just more economical. It's a lot more economical than the Boeing Yoke.
Spectrum 5 circle, sending 5,000 feet to H1012.
Okay. So, by the way, sorry for being a bit more silent at the moment. You know, when manually flying, I'm really trying to focus on that. Because if you don't keep that panel scan going, if you get distracted... Air France 798 Golf, turn left, confirm heading 330.
Left, heading 360.
Heading 360, Air France 798 Golf. Here we go. So yeah, when you are hand flying the plane, raw data, you just need to have that panel scan going. Indeed, one of my very first approaches was an offset RNAV approach, because that was what they had active at the airport at that time, in the A330 that is. And due to the approach being offset, we had the runway inside at 2,000 feet, so we just went, yeah, flight directors off, bird on, visual. That was just lovely. And then when I flew to the Caribbean about a week ago, we did the same thing. 20 miles off, we saw the field, okay, flight directors off, visual approach onto a 3-mile final. That is so lovely to do something like that in a wide body airplane. Air France 798 Golf, descend altitude 3,000 feet. 3,000 blue.
Établi sur le dot, Sierra Novembre.
And then flying to the United States when you have all those visual approaches, all those charted visual approaches with prescribed tracks there, just absolutely lovely to do them. And to do that in a wide body airplane, and Chicago Skyhawk, why did I turn the flight director off? Well, simple reason. It's more fun to fly like that. At my old airline, it was not allowed to turn it off. At my new airline, it is. And I can tell you I'm doing it so much. Whenever I can. It just gets the panel scan going, and obviously the outside conditions need to be right. So, you know, if you're turn left heading 340, Air France 798 Golf.
44 Hotel, turn left heading 050. 44 Hotel, repeat the heading 2. 44 Hotel, heading 050. Heading 050, looking down 44 Hotel, thank you very much.
Falcon 5 to Echo, down left heading 130.
Falcon 5 to Echo, left heading 130.
Nordic Aviation, Emmanuel, can you hear this spooling up well in the cockpit, and what do you think of it? To be honest, 1000 to go. To be honest, you just hear it very slightly. If you've got an A&R headset on, you don't hear it at all. And yeah, sounds are sounds. Nice to have that confirmation of something happening, but ultimately the instruments are all that matters to you. The instruments really are all that matters. And in the cockpit, on those aircraft with the General Electric engines, you do hear them. They are a little bit more pronounced in my airline. And the Rolls-Royce engines, yeah. Tell you honestly, if you've got a plane with an A&R headset, you don't hear them at all. If you've got a plane that does not have an A&R headset fitted, then you do hear them, but just slightly. And what do I think of it? Well, honestly, it sounds... I'm not the kind of guy to say like, oh, this sounds so beautiful or so. I'm more like the guy to say, oh, my engines are still running. Nice.
Et on descend 8-0 Air France, 22 dans un mic.
Okay, so intercepting the center line in about 5 miles, so that's going to be 15 miles out.
Level 16 Romeo, contact tower, 123.725, bye. Contact tower 1. Start for hotel, from left heading 340. Left heading 340.
Okay, level in 3000.
798, Golf from present heading, cleared ILS 31 right.
Present heading, cleared ILS 31 right, Air France 798 Golf.
Fraction 5 to left.
Okay, so we have completed all the checklists, we have completed pretty much anything. Very good. So we are fully ready for the approach. And Sirius, do they want you to turn the auto thrust off on approach as well? No, we can do whatever we want. We need to be able to do both. They train us for both, but we decide. The only requirement is that by the time you pass the stable gate at 1000 feet, you have to have the configuration you want to have on the final. So, okay, localizer alive. Let's turn final. So passing 1000 feet above ground, you need to have established your approach configuration. So either auto thrust off or auto thrust on, as you want. To be fair, most people use auto thrust off most of the time. Okay, bang on the localizer, that's how I like it. So it is a 4-degree glide. We've got a top of descent up there, and at the top of descent I want to have no more than 180 knots. Otherwise that is not going to work out up here. More like 160 knots, but I think we are the last, are we? No, there's one guy coming, but he's like 10 miles away, so that is fine.
5 to Echo, fly heading 020. Fraction 5 to Echo, fly heading 020. Lima Sierra Tango, turn left heading 150. 150 for the wrong.
Okay, flaps 1. Speed checked.
approche, bonsoir. L'accès à 54 Lima. Passing level 217, descending 150 on course to Tower 2.
The 5
I'm closing, so you can stay on the Honeycomb.
Stay on Honeycomb, l'accès à 54 Lima. Merci pour le service, au revoir.
Glide slope alive. Flaps 2.
7908 Golf, contact tower 123.755.
123.725 Air France 798 Golf. Thank you very much for staying online. See you next time.
Foxtrot 5 to Echo, fly heading 3.
Okay, 160 looks like a good speed. And here comes the glide slope.
Je cherche une place pour me parquer.
Ouais, alors pour le roulage, c'est plutôt contrôle aérien.
Okay, set go around altitude. And what's that gonna be? 4,000. Go around altitude 4,000 set. Gear down.
Runway 3 right, clear for takeoff.
Takeoff 3 right, engage with Mike.
Passing 4,000, Ryanair 22 Sierra Echo.
Ryanair 22 Sierra Echo, contact approach.
Flaps 3. Speed check. Flaps 3.
12077,
Flaps full.
Ryanair 22 Sierra
Speed
Echo,
check.
right.
Flaps full.
Star 561 to Airline, clearance. Or into Vegas, because I can tell it to Vegas if I... 561 to 45.
Provence Tower, bonsoir. Air France 798 Golf. ILS 31 right.
Air France 798 Golf, bonsoir. Continue approach runway 3 on right.
Continue approach 31 right. Air France 798 Golf. Okay, landing checklist. Eka memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Air France 798 Golf, runway 31 right, clear to land.
Air France 266 self-focus. Air France 266, taxi orbit point, Central Line, runway 31 right, via 44.
Checked.
Golf 4 and 30, watch for the 9,
So we've got quite a displaced threshold on the runway. That is going to make things a little bit more interesting, in that it will seem like we are very high when overflying the runway threshold. But we actually are not. As long as we are following the glide slope here, we are totally fine.
Lufthansa 1.75, it's ready for clearance whenever you're high.
Okay, there's a guy approaching the runway down there. Is he actually stopping? Yes, he is. Okay.
5612, are you ready for your clearance?
Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator, where the glide slope and the puppy don't care about one another.
5612, your clear destination.
Continue. See, that's what I meant with, it looks like we're coming in very high, but that is just the displaced threshold. Okay.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Welcome to Marseille. So,
runway 31 right.
well, no indication on the spoilers, reverse green and decel.
Tower
Manual brakes. That was interesting.
Gate 6, Charlie with information goal.
Did you see that aiming point going underneath us, like, when we were at 50 feet?
I do not have any flight plan. Please check by Pelican 35, wind 30 degrees, soon north, runway 3.
At least the passengers know that we've arrived. That's the positive thing of this approach.
You see my flight plan now for Ryanair 1983.
Ryanair 1983, yes, number 2 for clearance, I will call you back.
Number 3 for clearance. Ryanair 1983, thank you.
Air France 7908 Golf, turn right on Charlie, then Golf 5, then 4, correction, stand 5 Alpha.
Air France 798 Golf, right Charlie, Golf 5, stand 5 Alpha. Merci beaucoup, au revoir. Okay, so right on a Charlie, that is just over here. So, navigating on the ground again.
Ensuite, bonsoir, le Luxembourg 4 les aviez Nous sommes à 44 hôtels bonsoir, vendu 290 degrés pour 19 nœuds, de 31 droite, autorisé atterrissage. 31 droite, autorisé atterrissage.
So, after landing checklist. Radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete. Okay, so we go left here and then to the right again. And in the meantime, we can go ahead with the single engine taxi in guideline. So APU start, and no less than 3 minutes after high thrust operation, and when taxiing in a straight line, we're going to shut engine number 2 down. I've got no idea why the cabin pressure page came up there. We certainly don't need that. And I'd say we've reached our 3 minutes of engine cooling by the time the APU is available.
November departure, climb 5000.
Okay, so that's Charlie 4 over here, so we go one further to the right onto Charlie 5. Onto Golf 5, my apologies. And then 5 Alpha is over here, the outer one. Okay. We can do that. Okay, so GSX, gate, well, that is bullshit. 5, yeah, it doesn't even have a 5 Alpha, huh? No. Okay, then we gotta park ourselves. So, Charlie, this was gate 4, we're looking for gate 5, that's the next to the left. And then parking somewhere over there. Okay, cool. Let's continue with the single engine taxi in. Engine 2, shut down. Electric hydraulic pump on. Okay, so Golf 5, that is where we are going to go.
Pushback approach facing east, QNH 1012.
C'est la 44 hôtel à droite sur Charlie, puis Golf 3 pour la porte 10 Charlie.
Alors, à droite
okay, so
pour la porte
straight ahead basically, and then the one that's going slightly from right to left. So that's the hard part, finding the correct entry to the gate. That's what I meant when I said I find this apron messy. Okay, that is
Tower, good afternoon.
6 Alpha and 5 Charlie, 5 Bravo. So we gotta go a bit to the right here, and then there should be our gate entry in a moment.
Standing gate 120, information code.
Here it is, 5 Alpha.
At 6 number.
So we go in over here.
Number 2 for clearance, I will call you back. Fraction 52 Echo, wind 2903.
That looks about right.
I'll
leave the lights on until we are in that lit area up there, so that we can actually see something. Perfect.
Okay, now Ryanair 1983, are you ready for your turn?
So
Yes, I am
A320.
Ryanair 1983.
Let's see if we can park that correctly without a marshal law.
You're clear for the
But
destination
this
via
should
Takeoff
be
6
roughly
November,
fine,
departure,
I'd
runway
say.
01 right. Initially climb
Okay.
5,000 feet, course 1,000.
So arriving at the gate, yellow electric pump off, engine 1 shut down. And that's the single engine taxi guideline complete. Okay, cool. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Let's leave that ATC frequency, don't need that anymore. Okay, we are gonna shut that APU down. It's less than 20 degrees. Doors are disarmed. Perfect. So, do you wanna commence deboarding? Yes, we do. And then, parking checklist, please. Park and brake or chocks. All brake set. Engines off. Wing light off. Fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. Alright, and that's it, guys. We've made it back to our parking position at Marseille. Took a little bit longer, but I have to say I'm really happy that the French ATC stayed online for 46 minutes longer than what they have booked. So thank you very, very much. Merci beaucoup to my French controller friends over here. And I am sure to come back next time. In the meantime, let's go through those comments. I'm sure there's going to be something on the landing in there. So let's see what that is going to be. Where do we have it? Cuba. Damn, that's a beautiful approach. Indeed it was. Until the very last moment. And then, Freak Slay, so high. Yep, that's what we anticipated. Yannick, that was a big bounce. Yeah, it was. Should probably have flared it a little bit earlier, but, you know, without a poppy guidance, without seeing the touchdown zone, without anything, on a 4-degree slope, I'm happy that we made it down onto the ground. Could have been nicer, but I tell you honestly, Chasser is totally right. You know what they say, any landing you can walk away from is a good landing. And I tell you, that landing, yeah, it was positive, but you can walk away from it and you can even use the plane again. So it was actually a very good landing. Alright, so thank you very much, guys. I do hope that you have absolutely enjoyed this one. If you did, do let me know in the comments below. Now, over the course of the next week, I'm going to have something very special for you that I am sure you're going to enjoy. No, unfortunately, it is not a real-life video from the cockpit. That's something, you know, we'll see about. But it is going to be really interesting. I can't say what it's going to be quite yet because I have a non-disclosure agreement about it. However, I'm sure that you'll love it. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching. I see you all again on the next one. With a bit of luck, I can squeeze another stream in tomorrow, but I'm not going to promise that yet. However, we will see about it. So, thank you very much, everyone. Have a very good weekend. Enjoy whatever you are going to fly. And I am going to see you around. Thank you very much, and see ya.